Hello, welcome to another Project Feline devlog with me, the guy that makes Project Feline. The main character, it's me. So we're doing some more animation today, but I've been working on some stuff in the background. I'm going to show you some stuff I've been cooking first. It's pretty exciting. Some little developments, some touch-ups on the model, and some other programming type stuff. Also for the members and subs, because we got a lot of new subs last time. I just want to remind you people that if you're I think it's like on YouTube. I don't know about the Twitch stuff because I only set that up recently. But for YouTube and for Patreon, if you're there and you're subscribed at a certain tier, which is I think the second tier, you get to see early access to my devlogs, which I am working on one at the moment. And I've been sharing little bits of the script. In fact, this morning I was working on the script for one. I made some more revisions. So if you want to see what that episode's going to be about and how it's shaping up, check that out, link down below. I'm going to show you what I would also have been up to though, with Gabi, our best gal here. Now I'm really hoping she doesn't misbehave, but we'll see what happens. So I've made some changes, and I've also just noticed something really strange where the normals seem to be behaving this time, which is, that's not what I was going to mention. But you'll notice that the shading isn't as glitched out, and that was a complete accident. I don't know why that's happening, but that's a good thing, I guess. It looks more like how they should look, although it isn't exactly right still. But for whatever reason, the normals seem to be almost slightly better, except for like the middle here, for whatever reason. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's great. What I have been doing though is, hold on, I can't hear myself. I am very quiet. Hopefully my microphone audio isn't completely... Oh, that's better. Let me check if it's not Xbox level audio. Okay, we're good. So anyway, I've made some modifications to the shader, because one thing that I think I did do this last time, but I went about it in a weird way. I went about this a stupid way on her old model, where if you pay attention to Arc System Works' shader, they use a combination of textures and vertex colors to control shadow placement. Now I was only using textures, but this time I now have set it up properly so that if I open up her model in like vertex paint mode, you'll see that I've actually gone in painted on occlusion. If I go to flat shading mode, it might be a bit easier. There we go. So I've actually gone in painted on vertex colors to where I want more shadow. This is the way Arc System Works does it, and this is... I was using a texture before, and like they use a combination of a texture and vertex colors, and that's now what I'm doing. So if we go look at the armpit, for example, you'll notice that it isn't fully dark or light in some areas. There are some gray areas here too. And that essentially will like mathematically smooth out the shadows, and it won't have any pixelation or anything. So it's a little hard to see with this lighting, but if I try to bring some lights in, it'll become clearer of the shadow placement. And that's something I still haven't gotten working in game yet. So you can see here that it's a little blocky still. I think it's because it's also trying to use the texture, because I do have some texture in that area. But you see here, for instance, it's got this nice contour. So that's something I fixed, and now you can see the normals glitching out on one side. So I still haven't fixed that issue, but that is Future Ray's problem. So that I've done a bit of that around like just certain cavities, like around her legs, under the arms, and under the head. For whatever reason though, it still lets in some light unless I do this mode, and unless I do whatever this mode is, viewport shading. It seems to work fine in viewport shading, but with not viewport shading, it doesn't seem to work that well yet. So, but I've got the vertex channel there anyway, so that's something. Another thing I also finished was the headphones. I still need to rig those, which we might start with today, because that will be really fast, because it's just one bone that I need. So I've got the full model. Modeling this was such a nightmare because it's on a curve, and I've just noticed that the outline on this cup is a little too thick. So I might have to adjust that a little bit. But this is the head. I've simplified the design a little more because I just could not be bothered to add more detail. And I think adding more details sometimes is not the way you want to go. So I've, this is the topology of them. Yeah, and modeling the cups to like perfectly follow this curve was such a nightmare. Oh my god, I hated it. But it's complete. It's it works. It doesn't look like a 3D model. I guess it looks like something you could physically manufacture, hopefully. So so that just fits on her head like so. I just move that back. So I've tried to be very primitive with the textures, and it's, you know, UV'd and everything, the Guilty Gear style and all that. So we've got the vector sharp lines. It's just I'm a little bothered by the line thickness on this part. That's bothering me a little bit. I don't know if I can I quickly adjust that, I wonder? That is really throwing me off. It should not be that thick. So I've got the UV islands all the way down here to control line thickness. So I should be able to just push it. That's a bit better. It's a bit thin now. Maybe it's on the other area. Yeah, it could be these other areas here. Because I've got this, yeah, this dude. So I can make these lines thicker, which I think, yeah. I like that. It's more balanced now. It doesn't look as ham-fisted. Now I just got to adjust the lines on the other side to sort of. Oh, maybe that's maybe I could leave that one alone. Yeah, so I'll just make a quick change there. Now I just gotta. Oh, I think I gotta make sure I move it back, which maybe I have to undo. Yeah, there we go. So that should be a bit, yeah, there we go, a bit more consistent. So that's the cool thing about this UV map style. I know we haven't talked about UVs in a bit, but you know, I kind of moved on with a lot of the rigging and animation stuff without having the whole model finished, because just for the sake of time, and because you can do a lot of this without having the finished, like, especially like this piece. You don't really need this piece to do what we've been doing lately, but it was bothering me that it wasn't there and I wanted to get it over with. So it's done now. I just need to weight paint it to its own bone. And there's more. I've been working on outside the devlog and this. There's something else that I've been trying to get working in the background that's been also bothering me. So let me just I'm just gonna reset my viewport here to the resting pose. Because I think last week I was doing some work on the camera, because I didn't like how the animations looked with the current, the way the in-game camera moved. I wasn't vibing it, so to speak. There's something a bit off about it. So I've been trying to I made some improvements last week, but there's more to it that I'm learning that I'm trying to get to the bottom of, and I'll show you that in just a moment. I'm just gonna save. So if I open up the build, this is the last build I made. So this still has the old model in it, and the camera is I've done some programming on. It has some features in it, like orbiting when you use a game. I'll get the gamepad out and show you. There's a few features it has. Because one thing to me that's really important is that when the character animates, and we're going to be getting to animation, I think we might even tackle the wall run today, because I think I have an idea on how I want to do it. There's a few that are grabbing out at me. There's well, firstly there's the bone for the headphones, which we should be able to knock over, and then there's the combat animation, the mid-air dive. I think I want to change that to a kick, and then the actual raw one. I think I know how I want that to look now. So we'll see what we get through. But for the camera stuff, to show you an example, so I'm using the gamepad right now, and it has camera orbiting, like a classic third-person game where if you move sideways it will orbit. There's also auto look centering. I don't know if anyone's actually noticed that, but actually it's probably, maybe you guys have never actually played with this system, because this is in the last few months I did this, so it won't be in the current public build, I don't think. But if you start running around, the camera automatically positions itself to look the way you're moving, but it has a bit of a delay on it, and it also works on hills. So if I start running up this hill, the camera will tilt up with the ground. So there's a lot of programming I've done on the camera in the past, but there's one issue that I've tried to program in that's been bothering me for a long time, and you'll notice that it's most obvious when I jump. So for those that have played the last available public build, which is quite old now, This is the big difference that makes me not be able to, I can't go back to it, the old public one. Because when you jump in the old public one, the camera follows you, but in this version, the camera actually stays vertically still. So Gabi actually, you can see her jump in the frame and the camera stays steady. So the camera doesn't move up with her. But in the current public build, it does, and it drives me nuts when I go to this and go back, it drives me crazy. Now this was done by like a very hacky way, and it has a compromise here that is bothering me so much that people will notice. And that's that this keeping the camera level system it's not, I didn't do a good job on it. Because there's this weird thing that happens where if you jump over a ledge, you'll notice that the camera does something. It like almost looks like it falls for a little and then catches itself. Like when I jump between these two gaps, the idea is that the camera is meant to stay still, but if we slow motion it, you'll notice that it dips down before going back up. And it doesn't feel that good. And it sometimes will clip into geometry like this. And I'm like, this is cringe, I hate it. Can we fix that? And there's some other problem as well, where on certain objects, like these if you jump on top of them, not all of them, but some of them, if you jump on top of some of these, the camera doesn't follow you. Okay, it works there. Oh, actually, no, you can actually see that she's slightly too high in the frame compared to when she's on the floor. You look at where her foot lines up with the word alpha build, and then you go up here, you see it doesn't line up, so the actual height of the camera will change on some objects. So it's like, it's weird. I don't know why it's doing. Well, I do know why it's doing it, but you guys probably don't know why it's doing it. But it shouldn't do that. It should be consistent. It should mean no matter what you stand on, the camera should track you at the same height, and it doesn't always do that. Now, so I've been reprogramming that in the background. I'll show you how it's looking at the moment. It's still a bit rough, but I fixed a lot of these issues. So the current version, I've actually made a few different changes to it, of the camera. So I still have the orbiting. I've tightened the orbit radius so that you can turn a bit faster. But there's something else. I don't know if you guys can pick up on it, but I've changed something else about the camera. So I've got my jumping there and you can see it staying still, but there's something else I've done that I don't know if you guys can notice. But yeah, so the only problem I have currently with this camera tracking is that it doesn't smooth. And I can't get it to smooth properly, no matter what I do. But it does act a lot more like how I want, minus the smoothing stuff. So what I've actually done with the camera is that I've turned off movement lag. Because I don't know what it was, but when I turned it off, because you have these cool things now that happen that when you wall run and stuff, because I've got it conditioned, like the program conditioned in a way, where if you do jumps on the ground, the camera stays still, unless you go too high. If you go above a certain threshold, then it starts to follow you. But if you like climb or wall run on anything, it'll start following you in the air when you do that. So that means while you're wall running and climbing, you're always at the same point in the frame. Whereas if I have the camera lag on, you'll slightly move around the frame a bit, so you'll lag a bit to the side. So if you were to like jump and like do these attacks and wall runs, you'll notice that she'll kind of, if you track where her position is on screen, it shifts around a little bit. And this is more of a like preference thing, I suppose. But one thing I started noticing with some more I was trying to look at other sort of 3D platformers that I remember that had lots of fast movement, and I noticed that they didn't really have camera smoothing, and it's like, huh, maybe I shouldn't have camera smoothing as well. Maybe there's a reason for it. So I've tried it without camera smoothing. So the rotation is a lot faster. Well, not faster, it's just more reactive. And then when you start wall running around, there's no camera lag that's like, you don't get the sense of the camera like chasing up. You know what I mean? It's not trying to catch up with you. It's always exactly where you are. And I don't know if I don't know, you guys can tell me whether you like this more or not. I've just been sort of trying to get a feel, because that kind of stuff, it like leaves an impact on the whole game. It like it changes how it all feels, I think. So when you're doing all these parkour moves now, Gabi, like when she's ledge grabbing and like falling, she's always going to be at the same point on the screen. She doesn't move around as much, unless I explicitly tell the camera to tilt one way, like in the wall run. So same for grinding as well. It now follows you a bit closer. And yeah, I've just been messing around with that because, well, I was trying to fix that bug, because now that doesn't happen. The bug I was trying to fix So if I go back to that same point, you'll notice that the camera doesn't fall into the gaps anymore. So if I jump between these two, it stays perfectly level, and that's what I want. The only problem is it doesn't, I want it to kind of, if I fall off something, it actually doesn't look too bad when I fall off something. It follows me. But if I jump and then ledge grab, the camera just teleports, and I want to not have it do that. And I've tried F-interp and all that, and it doesn't work. So I'm still trying to work that one out. But I don't know, you guys tell me what you reckon of it, having no camera smoothing versus the camera smoothing. I think all I have to do to like change it back to the way it was is I need to just open this little blueprint and go here and turn this check mark on, and it'll put the smoothing back on. So now if I do it, you'll notice that she kind of, when I'm doing it, this will fix the smoothing problem for the vertical movement, but it also adds smoothing to every axis. So if I start doing combat now, you'll notice that she goes with like around a certain radius in the frame, so she's not always in the middle. So if I'm doing attacks like this is how it looks with smoothing. She's always moving around, and if I turn it off, we'll do a comparison. So if I go to that same area with smoothing off, this is combat with smoothing off. You notice how she's always in the middle now? So that's sort of how it compares. So anyway, you guys can like tell me what you think or not. Did the FOV change? Oh no, the FOV hasn't changed. But it kind of looks like it has, right? Part of the reason it looks like the FOV has changed is because of the camera smoothing, actually. Because when camera smoothing is on and you start moving fast, the camera is actually slightly further away from Gabi because it's trying to catch up. There's a lag. But now that there isn't one, the FOV actually is programmed to change. I totally forgot to mention, but the FOV does change depending on your movement speed. So if I turn wireframe on, oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. If I turn wireframe on, and if you pay attention to the big wires in the background, because that's the skybox, and if I start moving fast, you'll notice that they slightly zoom out. So that's actually been a thing for a while, and when I slide, it zooms out more. But without camera smoothing, I think, well, seeing as you pointed it out, maybe it's more noticeable with the FOV change, because I have gotten lots of comments saying you should add FOV, the FOV should change, and I said it already does that. Like, I know, it's there, but no one seems to notice it. But you did. So I don't know, maybe it's now more noticeable that the FOV, because it also doesn't just do it, it actually changes depending on your speed. So if I go down a bigger hill, it zooms out more. But when you have smoothing on, not only does it zoom out more, but the camera is actually further from you too. So yeah, if I slide down this hill, it really zooms out. I could make it go more if I want, but I don't want to go too overboard. But if I come to a complete halt, yeah, you can see it like zooms back. So, I don't know. That's just something I've been doing. Did I use NURBS? Oh, for the headphones. I used curves. I think NURBS is what Maya calls them? Or I don't know. I don't know I'm not familiar. I know NURBS is for something. I just used the curve editor and generated a mesh from it. And a bit more, but that's the basics of it. Dilly says, I think adding camera lag prevents vertigo. Well, that's a good thing then. Because yeah, I guess it's hard to tell with me playing it. You'll really have to just wait until like you try it for yourself someday for it to be a good thing to ask. But I don't know. I think if it's visibly from my stream, if there's a difference, then that's good. Wait a minute, my desktop is streaming, right? Oh no! Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh no, it is there. Okay, I wasn't sure if my desktop was like actually on or not, because sometimes I leave it off by accident. So no, that was a close one, thank goodness. How does it look on higher velocity runs? Well, we'll try. Let's try and do one. We'll go to one of my newer levels. Actually, we'll do Sky. You guys like Skyport. We'll do the classic. Man, I really need to redo the meshing for Skyport someday, but that's later on, later down the line. Thanks, Gaming Oxy. He says it's an upgrade. Don't just say that because it's new. Is it actually an upgrade? I know you probably, if it's bad, don't feel bad that I put effort into it, because you don't worry about it. Even though I put in effort, if it is bad, tell me. Don't just say it because I like worked on it. But if it is genuinely better, well, hold on. You guys do it I gotta get my keyboard out for this one. You guys do them real fast. Let's put the gamepad away. So I'm gonna try. I'm not as practiced as some of you guys, so I'm gonna try my best to do the fastest. I actually have slightly buffed the slide as well, so I got cheats, I guess, compared to the general populace here. Got my dev cheats. So this is how it's looking at the moment with more speed. I've been trying to practice this one, but I'm not the best at it, obviously. And it's gonna look a little jank with the unfinished animations, so that's something to keep. Just try and imagine the animations were finished, and sort of, I don't know, it might be hard to do. But I'm trying really hard to like I'm trying to copy some of you speedrunners with how good you guys do it, but I'm not as, I spend too much time deving and not enough playing this, so I don't, I'm stuck, where am I now? I don't know where I am. Let's try that again. I want to get to that rail. And yeah, I acknowledge everywhere after this bit just sucks. Like this whole part of the level just sucks. I acknowledge, I'm aware to the other priorities. So I'm gonna try and keep to the walls. I know, I'm not as, I've seen some people do it so gracefully. I'm not that good. I'm the dev, but I'm really not that good at my own game. So this is how it sort of is without smoothing. Oh, a minute 20, that's not bad. It's not terrible. Oh, Brown Natch, long time no see. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, so I was just doing some camera programming that I'm showing some people, and I'm gonna get back to animating. But yeah, I don't know how you speedrunners get insane. I don't know how you do it without bumping into stuff all the time, because I'm a little clumsy. I don't know if it's just me or the level design. I don't know what it is. Maybe both. Yeah, the collision here is not terribly great. But this is sort of how it is without the smoothing. So the camera is constantly following you, except for the vertical axis that sort of does its own thing. But you can see, I just don't like that snapping it does when you jump. And then it's just, I don't like that. I'm trying to figure that out, but in due time. It does do a cool thing though, where if you do jump lower than the previous height you were, the camera will start following you like this. So that's something that I did one in the old version that it doesn't do. Oh, thanks, Brandon. Very nice of you. You're at work. Oh, he's at work, guys. I'm now marking this as an NFW stream. Now you're in trouble. But thanks for stopping by. So, I gotta get the list open, the animation list. Benji says the lowest time is 43 seconds. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, of course there's someone that does it in 43 seconds. Well, when the game's out, I'll have time to practice. I'll try and compete with people, but for the moment, we have bigger fish to fry. So we had done the vaults last time, and that had some programming stuff I had to work out, and I still haven't gotten around to that yet. And that's a tricky one. So I want to come back to the vaults a bit later. There's the double jump. Well, I did have an idea for, there's something I want to try out with the air combat move. So, because what I don't like at the moment, I hate how this looks, is I've tried to make like a spin sort of dive animation for the aerial attack, and I don't like it. It looks really strange. And I want to try something else. So I might try a different pose. We'll start, oh no, I was going to start with rigging the headphones. That should be a really quick and easy one. So we'll start with that. And then we'll move on to making a new, I want to do some kind of thing where she's like leaping, kicking into the air, like with her feet first. Something like that is what I've got in mind. But this spin move is just awkward when I look at it in motion. It looks too rigid. So I'm gonna do something about it. But for the meantime, let's quickly get a bone going for the headphones. So that, because one thing that we should be able to do, especially with things like falling and whatever, is that we should be able to control the headphone angle in case it clips into the ears or something. So if she's doing something where her ears are forward, like her ears go forward, the headphone should move a little out of the way. So we'll weight that to its own bone so we can control it, because if it's just attached to the head right now, and we can't move it independently whatsoever, and it could cause issues. So so let's get well. Oh, do I want to do that now? Because if I do that now, there's other issues with the IKs that I might have. I remember there was something I did once, or if I regenerate this rig, I don't know if I fixed it. Maybe I did. I think I might have fixed it. I'm trying to remember. Because sometimes if you regenerate, because this is using Rigify, I'm going to make a Rigify bone. And if you regenerate the meta rig, sometimes the knees will start bending the wrong way. And I think I might have fixed it, but I can't remember because it's been a while since we've done any mods to the rig. So what we'll do a quick, I'll try and just regenerate it here and see if there's any problems. So if I go regenerate, just to make sure, because if it's one of those things where I have to then go and fix a bunch of things, I'll just do that like some other time maybe, because I can't remember. There's like a few little steps I have to do to make it work, and I don't remember them all at the moment. So we'll just do a quick, if I just regenerate it as it is now, is it gonna break? Could you have the camera smooth out? Well, I've tried doing it, it doesn't work. A lot of complicated reasons why, but that's it's not here or there at the moment. I just thought I'd show you like some of the stuff I've been cooking. Is there a reason I use Rigify instead of AutoRig Pro? I mean, I don't know. I don't think AutoRig Pro existed when I first learned Blender, because when I did Gabi's first model, it was in Rigify, and I'd never heard of AutoRig Pro until like 2 weeks ago. So that's probably why. And I know, and I've been using Rigify for like years, and I kind of know it. So that's, I guess, yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, the vertical snapping is pretty bad. I'm gonna try and work it out. The only thing that's unfortunate is that with Unreal's default camera system, which is what it's based on, it lets you add smoothing, but it doesn't let you do it per axis. You have to have it all on or all off. You can't have it so that it only smooths on the Z or only on the X. And it's like you either have it smoothing all the time or no smoothing. So I'm trying to program in my own smoothing, but there's weird stuff with collision. It doesn't look good. Like I can get it there and it will smooth, but then when you change heights or when you fall, it starts acting up. Like if you start falling downwards, the camera starts moving up, and I know why it's doing it. And yeah, it's complicated. It take like maybe like half an hour to like explain it all, but yeah. So that's something I'm gonna try and work on. Maybe there's some other approach I could take, because I have seen some other Unreal games with a similar camera system that has smoothing, but only on the Z. But yeah, if it was simple, I would have fixed it by now, but it's something a bit more complicated. I think without the camera lag, the framing looks more intentional, I suppose. Because yeah, it's literally just one framing that's constant, I guess. Yeah, maybe. I guess the thing I want to look out for is like, does it feel faster or more instant, or is the camera? Because one thing I don't know if people experience, but I have a feeling maybe if they see the other side, they might, by comparison, notice it. And that's like, is the camera getting in the way? If the camera gets in the way, then that's bad. You don't want to. That's like what Sonic Adventure got wrong, is that the camera was just such a nuisance and would interfere with what you were doing all the time. And I want not that. So, and it comes to little things like that, and not just the rotation behavior and all that, but it's also just like, does it have lag when it follows you or whatever? On the one hand, I think having the lag does make it look faster, in the sense that when you start moving, the camera is sort of like running to chase up with you, and it makes Gabi look faster because she's moving more forward on screen. But at the same time, you know, when you're moving in all other directions, I don't know, it's like when you're especially doing the combat, she moves around the frame a lot. And I don't know. I don't know what I prefer yet, but it does feel a bit different doing the two. All right. So now that that's regenerated, it looks like the knees are bending the right way. Okay, that seems... maybe I did fix that. I don't remember how I... Because there's this weird thing where with the way you set this stuff up, is that sometimes... sometimes, like, the arms IK will go the complete wrong angle. And I guess I must have fixed that somehow. I just don't remember how... I don't remember how I did it. It was like maybe a month or so ago. Let's actually plug some animations in and see if they glitch out. Okay, that looks normal. Alright. It looks normal. So we can add another bone, I think. So I'll revert save. And I will create... it's just one bone I need to create. And it needs to pivot around a certain point. So I need to just go here, Shift A to add, and I know exactly where this bone has to be. So if I move the 3D cursor, so the bone needs to be exactly where the 3D cursor is. Cursor to select. Oh, nope, didn't mean to do that. Oh, cursor to selected, and then here we gotta move selection to cursor. There we go, and it has to be at a certain angle. I don't know if there's a way I can. Well, we'll see. Turn off roll. We'll have the length like 0.1. Maybe 0.2. 0.1 was 0.15. Need it going perfectly vertically up, which it seems to be doing. Okay, good. But I do want it to sort of tilt the same angle as the headphones if possible. And it's at a 12-degree. So if I can just rotate that by... Not from the middle. I don't want it rotating from the middle. I want it rotating like this. Yeah, there we go. Now it's lined up with sort of the headphone area. And then it'd be cool if we could have some kind of graphic instead of just a bone, like some kind of cool handle. That'd be neat. And yeah, this should probably go in its own layer because it's sort of separate from the hair. It's like its own thing. So I'll see if I can quickly, if I remember correct, there should be a button that lets me do that. Just trying to remember how to do it. There's a relations. So if I put this just on its own thing here, or maybe there's something on that layer already. Okay, it's on its own. Oh, but no, I remember some of these are reserved for like adjustment layers. So I just have to go and check. I know some of these are absolutely just like reserved for adjustments. And, oh, have I just, what have I done here? Okay, yeah. Just making sure the right layers are selected. So I'm just trying to get it to match the final skeleton here. Because some of these are for the head, some of them are for other stuff, and tweak bones and whatnot. So I know if I go look at the final rig. Okay, so that very last one here is free. You see that? I know you guys can't see it probably. Let me zoom in. So over here, these are all the layers. I put the headphone on this one, but this has something in it already. This one is free. There's nothing on this layer, so I'll use that box. on the meta rig. So we'll take this and put it here. I know it's probably obscured by my overlay, so if I am doing stuff, it is there. I shouldn't leave that panel for too much longer. Now I just have to assign it some kind of cool handle, some bone type, which I know there is a way to do. Might be in the rigify type. Let me just, because I remember there's a certain thing I have to make it. It might be basic pivot? No, not pivot. It's not pivot. Maybe basic super or basic copy. I think it's basic super. And yeah, we can give it its own controller. So I gotta decide what I want. I think jaw, I know what that does. It gives us the sort of U shape, which is similar to the headphones. So maybe that will be a good shape. Or even teeth. That has like a similar... Yeah, maybe even teeth. It has like a sort of round shape. I don't know how it's just the orientation. I don't know how it's going to look because I don't know what way it's going to rotate. Because what should happen is when I generate it, this bone should turn into like a shape, because the teeth and the jaw preset are shaped like the headphones, and that's just intuitive. If you see a bone that looks like it's shaped like the headphones, then you know it's for the headphones straight away. First glance, and that's what I want. I just don't know where it's going to put it. I don't know if it's going to put it at the end or the beginning of the bone. I could have thought there was a way to do that, but I don't. I don't remember. Custom properties? I don't know. We'll try this and see how we go. So I'll save it. We'll try regenerating, and it should create some bone with that shape on the head. But I got to make sure that this layer is on this version. Oh wait, no, there's something else I have to do, I think. There in the layer, I have to name the layer, and there's a menu that lets me do that. Yeah, layer names. I believe it's this last one. I don't know if you guys can see. Layer name. So we'll call this headphones. And we can give it a color. Special, I guess. Yeah, we'll do special. So it'll color code it. Handy to have. And that should be it. Save. Let's regenerate. Let's give it a minute to cook. Hi, Daywood. Things have bones I never thought would. Well, yeah, like, I think it's just because the Arc System standard, which is what I'm trying to do, of the rig, they have way more bones than me, but even this, yeah, there's got a lot of, I think of the legs, like even, you'd think that a leg would be made of 2 bones, like for the upper leg and the lower leg, but mine has like 16 to control different bits of it. And it can get quite complicated. But it's important to get that stuff, being able to pose it, because the reason why there's so many bones is first for like anatomical accuracy, because a lot of those custom bones I put in help the shoulders and knees when they bend to sort of maintain shape. And that's really important for anime because the poses that sort of carries the whole style, is the posing. And if the posing has the elbows rotated wrong or whatever, like it looks strange. And the other reason is, when you're animating in this style, you have to add like deliberate imperfections in between the frames. So you have to have bits of the model be able to deform so that when she's idling, for instance, and you have one frame in the next frame, bits of her shoe will move slightly, or her shoulder will rotate slightly, or her stomach will rotate a little, just to look imperfect so that someone's like drawn it over again, like a real life, traditional animator would. So it's... The Arc System rigs, though, are even more crazy. They have like, I have maybe 200 and something bones. They have like 400 to 600, which is insane. So, yeah, it's more than your typical character. While that's going, I also, I realized once I got off stream last week, because some people had left donations. It's very nice. But I didn't notice that they had left messages with them because it didn't show up on my overlay. Or maybe it did on your screen, but on my setup, it didn't show them. So I feel very bad, but I've tried to figure out a way to have that work. So I've got another tab open for dono messages, which I'm gonna try. Now that I've no sort of way to, for whatever reason, it doesn't show up on my chat. I don't know why. On my chat view, it doesn't show them. But there was a chat from last week. I don't know if he's watching now, but I feel bad about ignoring it. I think he asked me like how many total animations I'll have, and it was, if I look at the full list, I have some of them on this list, but I have more on this other list, and I want to say it's something like 30 to 40, but they're not all long. Like some of them are like 3 frames long. So yeah, just like little clips, maybe like 40 small clips like this or something. That's sort of what I'm expecting. Because yeah, you gotta, okay, I think that's finished generating now. Oh, okay, so, oh no. So it's made the bone. You see it's got this controller now, but it's upside down. It does it the other way. And that's not, that's not quite, that doesn't quite come out. I don't know if there's some way I can make it so that it's rotated differently. I hope there is, because I don't want it to look like this. Maybe I can change it after it's generated. If I change the viewport display, custom object, I don't know if there's something I can do where I can just rotate it. Translation. Oh, rotation. If I go like negative or just 180, that shouldn't be moving the actual bone, but hopefully I can just like move it so that it's so that's sort of where I want it. I don't know if that's gonna, I've never used this viewport display before, so I don't know if this is the right panel. It looks like the right panel. So I mean, it should be okay. So it should do that without actually moving the bone itself. Yeah, because the location is all zeroed. Cool, I think that's what I want. It just means when I regenerate it, it's gonna flip it upside down again. That's the only thing I just gotta remember. And now you see it's on its own layer. Oh, did I just hide every layer? I think I did. Let me check the deform layer though to make sure that it's there. It looks like it is. If I turn on names, we should have def. Oh, I didn't name the bone. Silly Ray, you gotta name the bone. No, oh no, I've succumbed to laziness. I didn't name the darn bone. Okay, well, I can't, that's unacceptable. That's a fail. That's an epic fail. We can't do that. So let's name the bone. I gotta name the bone. So what, totally forgot to name the bone. I feel silly. So we'll just call this headphones. Or, yeah, that's fine. So now I gotta regenerate it because it's got a few other bones that it has to also be, that it generates, that it's gonna name. So not happy, but at least the deform bone didn't move when I changed the rotation, so that's good. All that effort to not name it, that's cringe. I can't believe it. Can't believe I've done it. Let's try that again. Regenerate, please. Okay, so it just moved this to the shape. That's good news. That's all I want to do. I just want to move the shape. Can activate, deactivate smooth camera depending on the state. No, that won't work. I've tried that too. It won't do it. Because the problem is not that it activates or deactivates, it's a per axis. That's what I want to change. I want to basically make it so that it only smooths on one axis. And that, what you suggested isn't not that. It's like changing, what'll happen there, if I do it like that, is this generating? Okay, it's generating. If I do it like that, the smoothing, there'll be times where it jump cuts when the smoothing then turns off. That's what'll happen. So yeah, just don't worry about it. Ray will solve it. Future Raymond will solve it. It's actually, because a lot of the code to get it to do that is actually kind of complicated. So It's weird because I try looking on Google for like similar I'll tell you this quick story while this generates. When I was back in the Unity days, back when I was using a filthy Unity casual, I tried making a similar camera system, and I went about it the most roundabout way. I followed some tutorial from, might have been like Sebastian Leg or someone, and it was like how to make a Zelda camera system. And the main thing I wanted from it was the camera orbiting, so that when you move left and right, it like orbits. But I did it in Feline. I've done it a very simple way that is more reliable than what I tried in Unity. Because the way I did it in Unity with this tutorial was it was a bunch of like this dot product math that would like have the camera, like it was like hand-coded rotation, and it was, because I tried to put smoothing on it as well, and it had this weird thing where if you move left and right, the smoothing wouldn't line up all the time. So you'd move left and right and the camera would orbit and the character would move. But then if you stopped moving, the rotation would slightly go off and then come back. And it was really distracting, and it felt like the jankiest camera system ever. But the way I've done it instead is like so much simpler, that didn't require like just the orbiting. The other stuff has a lot of complicated stuff, but the orbiting is literally just adding input. Just add rotation input, that's all I did. But the way I was trying to do it in Unity was like dot product math, get the angle of the character's rotation normal compare it with the rotation of the camera, and if it's at a right angle, add like a certain rotation value. But you can't just add a rotation value, because then the camera will like look away from you. So you have to add a certain rotation in a certain way. And it was terrible. It was so bad. So I learned the hard way how complicated cameras can get. And mine is still complicated, but at least the orbiting I've done, it's a lot simpler now. So anyway, so a little story. So that finished just in time. That's great. So now I just got to make sure I adjust that bone again, and we should be good to go. So here we have, I'm just turning off the other bones so I can focus. So I just got to go here, viewport display, custom shape, Y is 1.5, rotation is 180 on the X, or not. Oh no, 0.15, there we go, 180. All right, there we go. I just got to make sure it's named. Viewport display, show me the names. Oh, it's just called headphones, sweet. No, wait, that's the... something else is wrong. Oh, this is minor. This is a minor thing, but it's annoyingly, I've used different casing. And it shouldn't be a big deal, because it's capitalized, but sometimes I have issues. So I keep missing this. It's because I haven't had a lot of sleep, so that's probably why. I'm gonna do that one more time, because it's... Or is there enough? Because it creates like a few different... If I just go and rename them with the generated rig, is that gonna break it? I hope not. It should be lowercase, because if you change the casing, sometimes it will break stuff. And it's like weird, obscure problems I've come across, and I like to avoid those if possible. So I'm just gonna go, just try and find all of the generated bones it makes and just name them manually instead of regenerating it. I think there shouldn't be a lot, because it's just that and the it's only this and like the deform bones. That should all, yeah. So it's def lowercase h headphones. It shouldn't create any more weird tweak bones or anything. And then there's the origin layer. So I think this is all like the IK solvers, and then here is the original bones that it tries to create. So I'll just change this to org. So this should be functionally the same as regenerating it. So if I just turn back on some of these. So yeah, now we should have it there. And rigging it, oh my god, I can't wait to show you how I rig this. It's gonna be so fun. I just gotta make just triple sure that that's what I want. That looks consistent. Okay, I think that's fine. And if I move it, there's one more mistake I might have made. Yeah, I didn't parent it to the head. That's the other mistake. Oh, silly. It's because I'm out of the groove. I'm not in the groove. I'm not in the rigging groove, that's why. It's been like weeks since I last did this, so I keep forgetting. So it has to be parented to the head. Silly me. In that case, we'll regenerate it, because if you try and change how stuff's parented in a Rigify rig, it doesn't like it. So we'll set parent. Oh no, we don't want to do it like that. I think all I have to do, there should be a the relations tab. And if I change parent to spine 6, which is the head, it should do it. Okay, that's okay. Now it is perfect. It is finally absolutely perfect now. So one more, third time's a charm. Do you have a set of fail-safes in place? Yes, I do. Especially recently with the thunderstorm. I need to pay for my backup software now, because the free trial expires today. I tried using this new tool called, here's what I was doing. Up until like 5 weeks ago, I was using Windows File History, which just don't do it. To give you an idea on how bad file history is, it's not even meant to be there. Like, they depreciated it ages ago in like Windows 10 or Windows 7. I think since Windows 8 or whatever, it's not meant, like, it's been depreciated. And I'm on Windows 10, so I've been, yeah, don't use file history. It's not really meant for backups anyway. So I've instead, there used to be a program that came with I had another backup drive that came with backup software, but then that got discontinued. And they replaced it with some new subscription thing. And I'm like, yeah, no thanks. So I'm instead trying Macrium Reflect, because you can buy a perpetual license for it. But I'm doing the trial first just to see if I like it. And it's actually extremely powerful and comprehensive. I haven't battle tested it fully yet, but you can basically configure it to run on a schedule and create different backup types and have all of them scheduled differently. So you can do stuff like, you can create like incremental or full backups at different schedules. So I have it set up so that every month it creates a full backup, and every week it creates like a incremental backup, and every day it creates a differential backup or something along those lines. So every day at like a specific time, it'll back up stuff. And you can like set properties for how many revisions or iterations of files to keep, and for how long, and what specific drives or files to do. And yeah, it's actually, I've enjoyed using it so far. And they have my purchase. I'll have to buy it today because the trial's going to run out in like 6 hours from now. So, but I like that you can buy it once. You don't have to pay some subscription. Like, I was using some Western Digital thing, but then they replaced it with some new thing, and it's subscription only. And it's like, okay, like, technology is really regressing. If I could buy backup software, like 10 years ago, I could back up stuff without having to like lose money constantly. So yeah, so I'm sticking to anything that I can just buy perpetually. And Macrium Reflect, look, I haven't been in a dire situation with it yet, but so far it has my thumbs up. It feels very proper. And whatever I pick is probably going to be more reliable than file history. Like, let's be real. So yeah, so I've got that, and I've got like an offline backup. I like bought a whole separate hard drive just to do that with, and I have another backup drive that's plugged in now that I use the backup software for mainly. And I have like cloud. I have like the cloud. I have like a cloud repository that just stores the Unreal source code. Doesn't, because you can't really use that kind of source control for source files like Photoshop documents. It's not really designed for it. So those I got in a separate thing. But yeah, don't worry. I'm trying to keep as safe as I can. Keeping it safe. Yeah, we did have a few close calls the other week though. So this should all, I just gotta test if this is like parented. Okay, it's parented correctly now. That's fantastic. So now we can just modify the shape. There we go. And then I will turn off, just because I like to save the rig with only some layers on, just so I can, whenever I start new on a certain day, it just only has the essentials. And I want to turn off names if possible. I don't need those on right now. Default display. Why is it showing me the names? That's like turned off for everything. Default display. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now we have the headphone bone, and now I'm going to show you the epic part where we rig it. The arduous rigging process. Check this out. Here's how we do it. We take this, headphones, and we just rename. Watch this. It's gonna be so cool. Watch. So here's what it's vertex weighted to. This headphone, right? So we just change this to kablam. We're finished rigging. That's it. Mission accomplished. That's the quickest rig I've ever done. Because yeah, watch this now. If I turn that layer on. Now, yeah, I just have to rename it because it's literally all weighted to just one bone. The only thing that's... Oh, wait, what is it doing there? Oh, I got to change the... Yeah, there, now I can rotate it. Yeah, so now that's what I want to do. I'm going to be able to rotate this. So there we go. So I can do the Geordie LaForge visor. Isn't that sick? Cyberpunk. Feline Punk 2077. And she's just wearing these. So we can do that, and if I reset... Oh, no. Okay, if I reset its position, it goes back. That's great. Fantastic. All right, well, that's done. Onto the meat. Onto the main course now. Just make sure it's... Make double, triple sure it's saved. So yeah, the next thing I want to do is change the... Oh, there is one hiccup here. And that's that I'll have to re-import all of her animations in Unreal. Because the rig has now changed. So I didn't think of that. But that's not difficult, it's just annoying. Like, it's just gonna be a repetitive thing. So we'll see what progress we can make outside of Unreal for the moment. I do not want to save my changes. And yeah. So at some point I'll have to re-import all of her stuff again. It's just gonna be annoying. It's not difficult, it's just annoying. But then we'll have the ability to move our headphones in the game, so it's a small price to pay for salvation. So I'm gonna try, I think I called it homing loop or something, or pounce. I'll start a new pose. We'll do a new pose. Because I want to test something with like the attack and have her instead leaping with her foot or something instead of diving. So we'll give that a shot. Oh, and there's one thing I missed. It's a parenting issue with the center of that's the one thing I have to remember to adjust before I do anything. I totally forgot this step. But in the, because I have this center of mass bone and it's meant to move the IKs with it, but when I regenerate Rigify, it doesn't, and the hands and feet are stuck. So I have to just quickly change one setting. I have to go into some of these bones and reparent something, and then we'll be good to go. So I just gotta remember which, I think it's this layer. So if I click on these and go to relations, or no, it's constraint, switch parent. So we gotta, every time it says root on one of these, we just change it to center of mass. Or COG for short. It's the name of it. So I just gotta make sure I do that. And I think, are these elbows? Yeah, so anything that's IK needs to do that. Can I select multiple at a time, I wonder, that lets me do that? Oh, maybe. No, I mean, it doesn't let me do them one at once. I have to do them one at a time. Did I get the other elbow? I did. Did I get the other? I just gotta make triple sure. Okay, that looks okay. What about these? No, these don't have that constraint on them. I think it's just the feet, I think, is all that's left. So that now the center of gravity bone should like work correctly now. Yeah, Rigify generate. That's why I love Rigify, because if not, I would have had to set all of these constraints up manually, which would have taken forever. But I can do it in a few minutes now. I think that's every time I say I think that's everything, it never is. But I think that is everything. So now we go back to reality. It should let me take the center of mass bone and move the entire body. Yes, and the hands don't get stuck. And then I can move just the hips alone if I do want it to stretch around. Okay, good, that's what I want. Okay, we'll save. Now we can animate. So we'll try out a pose. I just have something in my imagination of how of her kick, how it should look. So we're gonna see how we do. Turn off X mirror. Oh, and there's some option on the tail. It has to follow the spine. That's the only other thing I gotta change. What happens when the list is completed? Well, it's done. Then it's finished. Then I do the rest of the game. Then I proceed with everything else. But yeah, when it's completed, then I can say yay and then start the next task. Is there an advantage in animating it in Blender versus Control? I don't know what Control Rig is, so my advantage is that I know what Blender is. So yeah, I'm not familiar with Control Rig. So intuitively, this torso should twist a bit. It's sort of similar to the slide, I suppose, but a bit different. Thanks, Jaheen. Oh, you can sit back and look upon a grateful universe. I mean, yeah, that's probably what I will do. I probably would do that. As the sun set. You forgot to, as the sun sets on a grateful universe. You messed up the line. In a iteration time on Control Rig is good. Since, oh, it's Unreal's rigging system? Yeah. I have a lot of skepticism for any in-engine tools for anything that a 3D program can do. just in general. I don't know what it is, but it's just, I don't know. I've tried using like similar, I think back in the Unity days, you could animate stuff in Unity, but there was always some, look, I don't know control rig, but I know that trying to do that, like at least for Unity's case, it's like a complete nightmare because the file does not export. All these custom controllers do not come through in the export. So animating all of those little deform bones, trying to do it in engine and key those is just like, you just don't. So I don't know if control rig fixes that somehow. I don't know how it would, because FBX literally does not take this stuff. So I don't even know how you would do that in an engine, even with control. I don't know. Maybe they have a way of doing it. I don't know. It just seems like a bad idea to me. And then, yeah, there's always that risk of, because I get people like recommending me tools all the time, like, oh, have you tried this tool and that? A lot of the time, it's like not worth learning a new tool unless it really, 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 really solves something and it actually makes up for the amount of problems it'll create. Because I don't know, I've just noticed from experience, whenever I've like been around people that, I used to know a lot of people that were very like tool savvy, but at a cost, because it's like, they were always learning the latest tool, but they never got anything done because learning all those tools, there's like uptime, like there's there's like ramp up time, I think that's the name, where it's like the amount of, you will kind of be useless at the tool until you master it, and that's going to take you like months of practice. And it's like, well, if you already have a tool that you know that you don't need to go through that process with, just use that tool. And I don't know, like I'm kind of old-fashioned in that sense, because I like don't, for that reason, it's like for that same reason I don't really follow, I don't know what control rig is, I don't know what, like, everyone keeps recommending Cascader, and I actually did look up the homepage like the other day, and I was, I'll show you, because someone's probably going to come in and ask about this very stream. But it's these sorts of things where, because not only am I not familiar with it, but Cascader in particular just looks bad. So yeah, everyone has been telling me to use this. But you look at like the preview videos, if they will load at some point, and they all look bad. Like if you know what to pay attention to, it's just like, oh, this is generated. This is not how an animator would choose this. And with this style, as I keep saying, the key to stylized art, to stylized animation, is that the artist intent must be preserved all the way to the end result. If you compromise that, it compromises the style. Now, this is only a rule that applies to me here, because I'm doing stylized. If you just want to chuck in MetaHuman and rig something in a day, then this is good enough for that, but is it going to load any? Because it has all these videos on the home screen, which are all not loading, which is not a good look either, I guess. But it's, I don't know. You can open this on your own Chrome tab or whatever, because it'll load faster for you probably. And I don't know, to me they all look very AI. Like, if it would load, I could show you. I could point it out. There's like little details that make it look AI. And it's like that, and especially for my thing, because Cascader is not going to know how to animate in limited animation. And that, I think a lot of people believe limited animation is, because that's the style I'm doing, and a lot of people seem to believe it's just cutting keyframes out, and it's like, well, actually no, it's not just cutting out in-betweens. There's more to limited animation than that. And this AI is not going to know, because it's not designed for it. It's designed to do mocap stuff. So I don't know if it's gonna do it. Yeah, like, I remember this GIF. I remember the GIF. It's just not loading, but I remember it. And it's like, add secondary motion, but the stuff it adds is so... It's not what I would choose. And if it's not what I would choose, it's just not gonna look good. There was one where there's a guy swinging a sword. I don't know if they've like... This is slightly different to the homepage I saw. They've like changed some of these out in the last few days, I think. Because I remember one where there was a guy swinging a sword. And... It was just a bit over the top, like it was like they added too much secondary action, and it's like, okay, yeah, like this one with the foot, yeah, it's this GIF, It's just, what's generated. That's why it looks like that, because it isn't an artist choosing the poses. It's a computer. And that's the fundamental philosophy. Like, even this thing down here, this looks so weird. Like, wait for that thing to finish. This metal cat person, it looks strange. Just wait for the bit to come out. I don't know if you guys see it too, but this looks uncanny. I don't like it. It looks strange. And then this one here, I don't know if it's gonna finish loading. Like, this looks, yeah, like it just looks bad. I don't know what to tell you. Where they add too much. Like, it's bending the fingers, and like the way that the foot moves like that, it's like popping out of its socket, and it's like, that's not how. I wouldn't choose that. So, like, it's good enough if it's like you just want the bare minimum and you want it quick. But that comes at a price. Like, when enough people get on this, I know what's going to happen is, you know how people say, oh, games look asset flip? You're going to start seeing the cascader look in games. They're gonna be heaps of people that use this. They ship all these like quick games, and then people are gonna say like, oh, this looks like it was animated with cascader. Because I can see it already. Just from the way things move and pose and whatever. It just has a certain look to it that is... It's imperceptible almost, but I can see it because I've been looking at my own animations so long. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you guys can notice it. But animation as a... It's one of those things that you have to be extremely careful with this stuff. Especially limited animation. Because, yeah, part of the limited animation appeal is the... Not just limited in-betweens, but limited poses. So... You know, for Gabi's, for her jump animation, if you guys remember the other week, we're doing her jump, and we keep the entire body still and just move the hair only, which is not a technique that this AI is gonna know, because like no one is doing that technique. It's not very popular, so it's not gonna know how to do it like that. So that's why I have to just do it manually. So there's that tool, and then for the control rig stuff we were talking about earlier, like, I don't know, I can do what I want with Blender, so I don't really feel the need to learn control rig. And if I did try, there's probably going to be something will happen. Something will go wrong, and I have to troubleshoot it and go, oh, why is... When I import the rig in control rig or whatever, I just have a feeling that it's just going to come out wrong, and it's like, oh... When I bend the bone, the arm bends the wrong way, or whatever. Like, there's gonna be some problem like that, because every time I try something, there's always something like that happens. But yeah, in Blender, I kind of get it. I know sort of what I can get away with doing, and it's familiar. To me, that's more important than whether it's... Because, I mean, the iteration time here is pretty fast, too. All I have to do is export this and import it back into Unreal. It's not that long, really. But anyway... So Zu says, yeah, like for NPCs, for anything that isn't like a priority, you could probably do it. But if it's the main character, you might want to be more careful. Unless you have like low standards and you're fine with that, then that's cool. But if you really want to blow people's mind with a main character, I don't think Cascader is gonna... I don't know. For me anyway, it's not... I know that it's not gonna give me what I want. It's the issue is such a fundamental thing that even just on the principle of it being AI assisted is enough for me to know that it's like, because it goes against the entire philosophy of the anime, 3D anime principles, the Guilty Gear, the Arc System devs established. Like their whole, I know that some people think I take it too seriously, but I think it is true that the entire magic of that look is the intention, the artist intention. And if you take decisions like that and give them to AI, like, yeah, just with those clips I was seeing on the webs, I can see that this wasn't chosen, this wasn't chosen. Like, this is generated, this is an artifact of the generation. Like, this was not a deliberate move. There's a deliberateness. Just in normal animation, this is true, but especially for limited, it's even more the case with limited animation. And yeah, I do think there's going to be a period, there's going to be a time where Cascader is going to have a look as well. Kind of like Mixamo. The reason I know this will happen is because Mixamo has a look. Whenever I see some demo, like on Steam, because I recognize the Mixamo, like I recognize them because I used some of them before, and it's like, oh, this looks like a Mixamo run, and then I see a bit more of it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is straight out of Mixamo. Or there's a jump pose that is reused so much as well that is straight out of Mixamo that I see all the time. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's, you get that, so it feels budget, it feels cheap, you know. It's definitely quick though. It's quick and easy, but it looks quick and easy as a result. So anyway, but yeah, because I know like someone's probably gonna come in here later and ask about Cascader. So there's I'm preempting that. I'm like going, right, I've really thought about this, and this is why. I don't think it's like the way I'd want to go with it. Hey Coca, we're doing animation, more animation. I'm trying to do like a kick pose, because the dive, I made a dive pose for her in mid-air attack and a pounce pose, and I wasn't happy with either of them, so I'm trying to do like a mid-air kick move instead. I just gotta decide what I want to do with the arms. I don't know if I want them like that or out. I think I want them, I want to see what they look like out. So Zoo tried Cascader and it's not, he says it's not exactly intuitive. I mean, yeah, I haven't tried it. I don't intend to, unless maybe for another project that could take advantage of it more, but not for this. But yeah, if it's like, yeah, just, and then like with any tool, whether it's an AI tool or not, it's just that time of like learning it takes time out, and it's like, do you really want to spend like a week finicking around with it to figure out what it likes you doing and what it doesn't? A lot of the time, if I can avoid it, I just go, no, I'll just do it the way I know how to do it. Because the other thing too, I don't know if this is just me that has this, but when I am about to do something, I have like, I can like picture in my head what'll happen. I can't predict everything, of course, but like if I'm thinking, oh, okay, then I'll have to animate this, I can like in my head imagine sort of the steps I'll go through. Like I'll have to do the generate the rig, I'll have to pose this and that, I'll probably have some issues with this and this, and being able to kind of brace for that stuff helps. But if you're trying to picture that with a tool you've never used, it's impossible. You literally can't even, like when I was doing this character, I can literally close my eyes and like see the interface, and I know where everything is. Like, oh, okay, I'll have to go click there, and I can kind of plan out in advance roughly what will happen, and try and predict some kind of problem I'll have. So that's why there was some issue like weeks, maybe months ago even, when we were doing like the rigging and modeling. Maybe it was the texturing even, I don't remember what it was, but I remember I sounded crazy because I kept telling people that if I did something a certain way, there'd be a problem, and I couldn't explain what it was. But then it did happen, and I was like, yeah, it's this exact thing as I was trying to explain. I knew that this would happen, I just couldn't put it into words. But if you give me a unfamiliar tool, that sixth sense is gone because I don't know the software. So I won't be able to sense when I'm gonna violate a rule or cross a boundary. Because if you use a tool like Blender or whatever, or Unreal, long enough, you kind of get a sense for the boundaries, and you go, I think I can get away with that, I think I can do this, and it won't break, it won't violate, it won't try and argue with what I'm doing if I go about it this way. And that just comes from like trial and error. Like I know I picked up on that because of all the weird problems I've seen in Blender before trying to do my other characters. But yeah, but with some new tool, I'm not going to have that intuition at all, because it's like I have no idea what it wants me to do. I don't know what it likes, well, how it prefers me doing this. Like there's all that gap, a big chasm. It's like turning off all the lights and trying to like still stay on schedule somehow. And it's like, yeah, no, that's a challenge. It's like hard mode. I think a lot of the time too, that even will, for me at least, it's always outweighed, because usually you try and do it to take a shortcut. And you know that what's that saying? Like the road you take to avoid, the road you take, the road one takes to avoid his destiny is the one he takes to meet it, or whatever. I don't remember the exact wording. But it's like if you try to avoid a problem and if you go about it around, you'll face the problem anyway, a lot of the time. At least that's sort of what I've had happen. So that's why I tend to just, in conclusion, that's why I just kind of avoid new tools. Unless there's something specifically only that tool does that I really need. But a lot of the time I don't. Like I can do it in the tool I know, because I have that benefit of, I'm familiar with the tool. I know how it likes to be used. And I think, yeah, so this pose, I think this arm needs to sort of come out like it. I gotta clench her fists on this hand. Should look very, I think the hand should sort of come out like this. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, that didn't come out right. Usually doesn't. No, I've done something wrong here. Ah, there we go. Much better. It needs to sort of rotate like this. Because yeah, I noticed that in anime, like some of the combat poses people will do are just insanely exaggerated. So I'm trying to kind of, from what I remember seeing of just promo art and stuff for certain things, just trying to kind of get a similar feel going. No, the arm here at the back though, I'm not really a fan of. I think Oogway from Kung Fu Panda is the one. No, I don't think it's from Oogway. It would be funny though. I'm trying to remember the exact quote. I butchered it. I don't think it's Master Oogway though. It's some other thing. Maybe a good reference would be Goku kicking. That's a good suggestion. I think actually I was picturing Goku in my head. That's probably why. I'll search up Goku kicking. Yeah, actually this was exactly what I was picturing. I just don't know if this will look good on Gabi though, but we'll find out. Yeah, I just got that open on my other screen here. This is looks like it's from a PS2 game, but that's a clear silhouette. And yeah. Actually, this is pretty good too. Actually, this is, yeah, that's the one. We're using that. I got it close, kind of. I had the fist up. I knew that the fist goes up like that, but I can see now, yeah, the torso rotation is, and the neck is all is wrong. I did check out, I finally, because I think it was on sale. Dragon Ball FighterZ was on sale with the spring sale or whatever. It's like $12. So I bought Dragon Ball FighterZ, and all I've done is I've opened up like the training level and I've just stared at the idle animations for like 15 minutes. So I have technically played the game now, but I have no idea the controls or anything, but I've just been opening it up and looking around and getting a sense of like looking at the run animation on loop, like running the character into a wall and just looking at him move. And it's so smart. Some of the decisions they make. with the animate, because they have this thing in Dragon Ball, because I haven't watched the show, so I don't know what all the powers are, but they can like fly or whatever. And when you move Goku in the game, he'll like fly, but it's got that cool limited animation trick where his pose is actually completely static and they're just moving his costume and his hair to blow in the wind, but his entire body is completely still. And I'm like, oh, that is so clever, that is so smart. So I have a lot of cool little things. I gotta like hunt for more little details like that at some point. Oh, excuse me. You give enough mad scientist vibes for me to just go along with whatever you're saying. Thanks. I guess I am a little mad. You kind of have to be though, I reckon. If you're not a mad person, are you really a game dev? If you're not crazy. If you're not like, if you don't share like overlapping behaviors with Chuck McGill, are you really a game developer? That's the question. Because yeah, I do find a lot of the time, I find myself saying, I am not crazy. I know he swapped the numbers. I am not crazy. I say that a lot. So yeah, I guess I am a bit, I do give off some of those vibes, I suppose. Oh, what's this? Visual novels tend to have a look. You mean, wait, like using Cascado? I thought visual novels were all 2D. Unless, well, I don't know. I don't follow that scene, so maybe they have 3D visual novels now with Vroid and Cascado. It's ironic when Tai Lung translates to Big Dragon when it's the snow leopard. Okay, that is funny. I need to rewatch Kung Fu Panda. Oh my god, it's such a good movie. I thought she was sliding. Well, you were dead wrong. So I'm just, because the reference is flipped the other way. So I'm gonna try and, without breaking this, somehow flip the pose. Oh, I don't think I can do that. I can't flip it just horizontally, can I? Or vertically. Or maybe I can. If I go copy and paste flipped. Ah, yeah, I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. I know we flipped the pose. Not Cascade. Okay, well, thank goodness. Because yeah, I thought the whole appeal of visual novels was that you didn't really have to animate anything. It was just stills. At least that's what I remember seeing. Like when you look at the Steam homepage or whatever, I've seen like some games like that, and it's all just sprites. So if they were to go full 3D with those, I'd be like, it's a bit of a, kind of defeats, I don't know, to me it would kind of defeat the point of the medium going full. I thought the whole point was for it to be drawn and easy. Okay, so this knee is also wrong. Whoa. Yeah, Goku's knee is really... Oh my goodness. It's like down here or something. It's actually nuts. I don't know if I can... I don't think it's gonna work on Gabi, some of these moves, so I'll have to make some adjustments. Yeah, I'm modifying it a little off reference to match Gabi's sort of shape. But that's, yeah, because they all wear these very baggy costumes, so they have to like spread their legs more. And yeah, the leg on Goku is like completely vertically straight. Actually, you know what I'll do for this one? We'll go FK, because I think it's going to be a bit... I feel confident how to use the FK switch now. So we'll do that. So if I go to FK, and maybe for the arms as well, actually, it would make more sense to do FK. Because that way when I move stuff around like her torso, the arms won't go out of... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So all I have to do is change this switch. There we go. Oh, I forgot. I lost the other hand. Yeah. Oh no, no. Actually, no. Hold on. There's a shortcut to this. I forgot about this button. There's actually a really neat button in Blender. So this is another reason why I don't know if Control Rig will have this. Actually, I'll go back further. We'll go even further back. I don't know if Control Rig will let me do this. Watch this. We'll have to do something spectacular. If I go back enough and get the oh, okay. I'm out of undos. Yeah. So I guess I'll repose the legs myself. But the for the arms, if I turn the FKs on, there's a button that goes FK to IK to FK, I think, or the other way around. Oh no, that's not it. No, wait. Oh, where was it? Oh, it was this one. Yeah, and it basically makes it so that clicking that button, it makes it so that the FK bones will just pose themselves to match up with the IK. And then I can go and disable the IK. So I can just go and move that back to its resting pose. And yeah, then we'll do the same for the other hand here. So there's the IK version. I'm gonna change this to the FK handle. So now it's following the FK handles. But if I go and then tell the FK handles to line up with the IK, it goes back. So if I then move the slider, it looks like the hand's not moving, even though it's going between two control points. So then I just take the IK bones and just set them back to the rest pose and call it a day. Yeah, I picked up that trick last week. Pretty handy. And then yeah, I'll just do the legs like there should be a same. Yeah, there we go. So I'll take all the IK stuff and I'll just unkey it. We're not gonna need it. And then we'll go and key the FK. Now, for whatever reason, I have this bug where it's meant to put the left and right on different layers, but whenever I do this, it like puts them on the same layer, and I don't know why. But that's just a Rigify thing, so it's not too important. At least I can use them, so that's good. So now I can pose this a little differently. Or I can just bend them like you would expect to bend bones. So I can keep that leg like exactly straight and just sort of rotate it up. And let me turn the rest of the thing on. I think that's it. Yeah, it's just torso and the legs and arms. That's all they want. So yeah, the way the hips are rotated on this reference pose is quite strange, actually. It's like the hips are fully this way. So I'm gonna try and match it. And the leg is like perfect, yeah. And it's gonna look weird. Okay, it's gonna look weird, but just Ray's cooking here. And yeah, now the legs kind of follow what the body does. And I think for this case, it might be it'll be easier to pose. Make sure it's on local. Because yeah, the leg is, it's a tricky, it's like very, very bent like this, but it's at an angle. So I'm gonna try and get the pose like relatively good there, and then just sort of, like slightly rotated this way, and then maybe not like that, sort of like this, but like out more. Like, yeah, kind of like this. Yeah. Because I'm just paying attention to, because his entire body kind of folds as well, which is like insane. Like the torso then goes up and then down like this, and it's gonna look weird. We're gonna need the tweak bones to make this look a bit better on Gabi. And then the arm actually goes up further. So it goes up like this. I actually had it pretty close. But Goku's arms, it goes like... It's like, it goes up. Like that. And the fist, it's sort of like this. And the head, yeah, I gotta fix that up. Which version of FighterZ did you get? Oh, just the cheapest one. No, I didn't get the bundle. No, I don't really plan on playing it. I'm just... you know what people... I know every dev jokes about this. They always say, no, it's for research, I swear. But that's literally me in real life, though. Like, I'm the least gamer person in the world. Like, I will literally only play actually just for research. Like, I'm not really a big Dragon Ball fan. I'm not really, like, into the fighting games. When I was like 11, I was really into Budokai Tenkaichi 3, but that was a long time ago. I found a copy of it a few years ago again, because I used to have it on Wii, and I think I found a PS2 copy around somewhere, and tried playing it, and it's like, I want to keep it just for like just as like a memory of, and I guess it's anime too, so I could use that for research as well, now that I think of it. Because it is like early cel-shaded, low fidelity cel-shaded, so there might be some tricks there. But I could not play through the whole game now. Like, I would get nothing out of it. Like, I'd get something out of looking at the animations and the art style, but I wouldn't get anything out of trying to 100... Because I'm a sort of completionist guy. Whenever I play a game, I have to like complete it. But I literally couldn't justify doing that for like 90% of what I own, because it's like a cool resource. Like, there's some games I buy, I try and look out for, where like the menu's really cool, or the music is really cool, or something I like about it that I want to let into my inspiration sphere. And that's kind of the purpose they serve. I usually never end up finishing them. But it gives me like the chance, like for FighterZ, I can, at any time I want, I can go in, instead of just looking at YouTube clips, I can make the characters do animation. I can spam the animations. I can make them just move forward over and over and over. And it, like, you know, it's like a study room kind of. That's sort of how I see them. But I don't think I even could enjoy them as games even, because my brain is going to be picking them apart all the time. Like, I'm not going to be able to suspend my disbelief at all because I've studied them too much. Because I'll see anything on screen and I'm like, ah, I know how they did that. So I don't think I even can do that now. That's why I'm kind of like not sure how even when this launches, I have no idea how I'm going to feel about it, because I'm not going to be able to enjoy it the same way you will. I don't even, like, hopefully you guys enjoy it. And if you do, I won't be able to relate to you at all, because I don't see it through the same lens. When I see the game, I'm not going to see a game, I'm going to see an Unreal project on my desktop. And, you know, a lot of bad games, they never get out of that thing where even random people think it looks like an Unreal project. So I'm trying really hard to sort of break that. And I might do it, but if I do, I won't know, because anything to me is sort of at that level of... I've seen it without all its thing on, without the mystique, and I just can't. It doesn't do anything for me now. You know what I mean? Like yeah. Like I see all it. Like, that's why one of the reasons I can't play Infamous Second Son anymore is because I remember when I was first playing that game. I was still in school, I think, and I remember just being amazed at how many air vents there were, and I'm like, how do they load all this in? And then I learned what like lodding was and reflection maps, and then I saw them everywhere in the environment, and I couldn't believe it was Seattle anymore, because I'm like, oh, this is a cube map, this is a cube map texture, this has been lodded in, I can see the mesh simplifying here, this is a dust particle, and I can't see the sum of its parts, I just see the parts now. So, yeah. But I kind of, well, no, I don't wish it wasn't like that. If I had to, I wouldn't change that actually, because it's a sacrifice, but you get something out of it, which I find more valuable. So I can't really enjoy games anymore, but I get something else out of them now. But yeah, I'd probably, like that, to answer that question, to go back to the question, because that sort of bundle stuff used to really get me, because it felt like I didn't really have the complete game unless I got all the bundles, but nowadays I just don't care. It's like, oh, this is $12. Oh, I can either pay $12 or $50. I'm gonna pay $12. Thank you. That's sort of like my entire thought process now. Yeah, I was pretty lucky time, because yeah, I literally just thought, huh, like I should probably buy this game if I'm gonna keep researching it, and then it was just on sale. Like, so lucky. Very well timed. This is like kind of sick, not gonna lie, this pose. It's kind of sick. Even from the back, from the front. Not gonna lie, it's pretty sick. Sauce me. Let me straighten that leg though. The leg needs to be like slick straight, and we could probably start, now we gotta start thinking about exaggerating stuff. So we could probably make the foot bigger. Because we gotta think like, we need to exaggerate everything. And I could probably scale, can I scale these bones? Yes, I can. I'm gonna scale, because we gotta really make it pop, you know what I'm saying? It's gotta go, you know, I can't make the pop sound with my mouth, but that's how it should feel like. Very juicy. When we see this pose, we want to spam the move over and over and repeat the pose because it looks so cool. That's what we want. I don't know if, or should she be bending over more, I wonder, like the torso. I don't know, is that too, that's too much. I think that was okay. But she needs to be like looking forward though. It has to also kind of rotate. Oh, no, not like that. I think, yeah, I'm vibing this. This feels, the silhouette feels cool. And what I would do, limited animation wise, to make this look in motion is that the hair will breeze and the foot I might scale up and down like this. Like I'll just, that pose will stay the same, but the foot scales and then the hair breezes and everything else, and the tail will sort of flip around. That's sort of what I'm thinking to do. And maybe the other knee, I'm trying to think like how the ArcSys devs would animate this. They would probably have this knee, because she's like pulling that in, that knee would sort of bulge a little as well, to really sell like that she's pressing her leg against like the muscle and that it's like compressing. If I was an ArcSys dev, that's what I would think to do. So we'll see if we can add some of that movement in. So I'm liking the pose. Make sure it's key. Yeah, let's make sure that that's all keyed. And then I think I want to say 8 frames because we had 8 frames for the other one. And then at frame 4, it will like alternate. So then we can turn the tweak bones on now. So we'll need tweak bones for the torso, for the legs. I'll make sure those are keyed. Maybe not the, I think the arms we could leave alone. Oh, and the hair. So we'll just do the, we'll do the legs. Well, actually, we'll make sure that the tweak bones are in their place, because the shoulders and everything might need some help. For the pose. Get the pose. Pose is important. Watch Kamen Rider. I'll put that in a tab. Oh, this is like robots. This is like Power Rangers. 2006. Oh, that's how you know it's good. Yep. I think you might know my taste after all, Jaheem. How 2006 does this look? That background is the most 2006 background with the hexagon and the gradient in the background. Oh, and that font choice. I know this is probably not what you were talking about, but the font choice with the bezels, the gradient, and like the bezeled edges and that black outline. This is sick. This is cool. I don't know what it is though. It doesn't look anime. It just looks very 2006. Is this even a real thing? Is that a fan art thing, or is this real promo art? Because I don't even know what this is. TV series. It doesn't look anime, but the branding is so. I love that. You know what I need to learn. What I'm trying to figure out how to do is make this material in Photoshop, this sort of brushed metal. I need to learn how to make that. It's like my favorite texture in motion graphics or whatever. It's cool. Oh, look at that! Look at that belt. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So what is this, like a jump kick? Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that when you do the midair, some people said it should be a pounce, but I didn't like how the pounce looked. So we're gonna do like a kick instead. So that her legs, and I think I kind of like that, because then what we can do with particles later is we can have like thrust coming out of the vents to propel her, and then when she like smacks her legs into the target, and then we'll have like the rebound has to be something where her legs are like flipping around a lot. I feel like I want it to be leg heavy, not hand. Like her mind should be focused on her legs, and the legs are all armored up, so that would make sense too, because that's where she's protected, on the legs. So she's going to use her legs as weapons to slam. Her arms are the most vulnerable. They have no protection on them. There was a reason why I did it like that, and I can't remember what it was now when I was designing the costume. I think it used to be a full body suit, but that was like too heavy. It looked too heavy, and it was more for like a shooter Halo type thing, and we weren't really going that direction anymore, so I changed it. So I think the armored legs, because to me the legs are kind of like it's her most vital asset. Without her legs, it's Jova without her legs. She can't run on her arms, right? She's not Sporticus. She's not at that level. So it's like you want it, because let's say I was the police, right? And I was trying to capture a cat girl fugitive, and she can run and move a lot and run on walls. What would I think to shoot at? I'd shoot at her legs. Gabi knows that. So she's armored up. So I think any attack, anything should be leg heavy. Arms should kind of stay out of the way. So no, she's not like this. She's like, her legs are... Because, I mean, think about the amount of muscles you need to have in your legs to be able to do what she does. To be able to jump on a wall and run on it, you have to have very developed legs, you know what I'm saying? So I reckon for her, legs is her strength. And there's just something about the torso I'm just trying to fix up real quick, because something about the torso here feels too straight. Like it should be like this. That's a bit better. But it should curve. It shouldn't be in a straight line, it should curve. Like the back should sort of have this curve. So I'm gonna use these tweak bones to add some curve to the back. This feels better. Interesting thing I see with Feline is the levels don't defy logic the same way Sonic levels do. Well, my friend, you have not seen all the levels. You probably won't like this. Well, I don't know. You didn't say you liked it. You just said it was interesting. So I'm probably going to start going a little more abstract with my level design, because it is immensely stressful to try and think of like what is realistic, and it's actually kind of worse. Like the levels you're probably thinking about, the last ones I showed off with like the It's really ironic because it's called the Abandoned Port. That was the level we did for Screen Australia. And the ironic thing about that level is that I did abandon it, literally. Like, it isn't just called the Abandoned Port. It's a full-on scrapped level now. Like, it's literally abandoned. Because it's a bad level. It's not gonna... It looks really pretty, and everyone has complimented how great it looks, but it plays crap. Like, it's not... It isn't good. It's not good enough. So... And that whole... part of the reason is that it was we were trying too hard to make it, like... not abstract and oh, how would this realistically build, how would this building work and whatever. Like, I tried going that way, and thinking like that is just not fun, and it sucks. So I've kind of changed my attitude now, where it's like, I don't really care if it makes sense or if it's realistic. Is it like, does it look cool? Does it play cool? That's kind of all I really care about. So I'm trying to redevelop a lot of the tools. This is going to be probably what I do next after the character, because it's a very demanding task, but a lot of the tools have to kind of be redone for various reasons. And one thing I want to start aiming at is being able to quickly create like geometry that is like convincing enough where you don't question it, but it doesn't really make sense, but it works for Gabi very well. Because Gabi doesn't make any sense, so why on earth would the levels make any sense? Like Skyport, and part of the reason I'm so confident about this too is Skyport makes no sense at all and people love it. And it's like, any other level I've made, like the Block 10 Calder's mission level, which I've tried to make more realistic, like no one plays that level. Everyone plays Skyport, so it's like, all right, well, you gotta find the fun. You can't just, yeah. So that's, it took me a while to work that out because I'm not a level guy. I'm a character guy. And I really had to like develop my level skills a lot more. It's like my weakest point. Actually, maybe it isn't. I think the problem is that I kept telling myself it was my weakest point, and it kind of self-fulfilled. It was self-fulfilling where anything I'd make would suck because I would think that I couldn't make a good thing. But I think if I just had another crack at it with some better tools, now that I know what I'm after, and what I'm not after, which is very important too, I think I'll have a much easier time. You know, without barring any unforeseen technical issues. I think design-wise, I know what I want now, so that kind of makes everything easier. When you don't know what you want, that's like the worst. Even if you have a technical whatever, doesn't matter. It's like if you don't know exactly what you're going after, it's like, it's the worst. So I'm glad that that's over. But yeah, it's... I can't share too much of it at the moment because it's like very early. A lot of stuff I still have to work out, and the tools that I do have at the moment are just they're not very good. But that'll, in due time, I'll have a video all about that. But yeah, so if you liked Skyport, that's good news then, because I'm gonna try and do more of that. Okay, so now that I'm kind of happy with... Oh, do I like that? Should that fist be... I'm just thinking, should this arm be like higher up? I think it should. It goes... because I'm just trying to think of like lines of action. I guess it's okay where it was. Because I'm just trying to, like, the leg and the arm are parallel, and straight lines is a Sporticus rule. You want to keep things parallel and straight if you can. And if we follow those rules, that's going to be the factor that makes it look less like a Goku pose and like a Gabi pose. If you know what I'm saying. So I'm just going in and just checking any like of the other tweak bones. I just don't know if that shoulder's bent back too much here. Yeah, maybe it is a little. Does that look better or worse? Because I've noticed I do a thing where I tend to bend the shoulders back too much. I think that's okay. I think I might, though, I'll like, maybe just a degree back, and then I just take this, and then take it, like... Oh, not like that. Yeah. Just so it's a bit more relaxed. And then, I don't know if I actually need to use this bone. This might actually... I need to see the topology. Well, maybe I'll twist it a little. Yeah, it's a little nicer. Or is it? Maybe halfway between those, yeah. Gabi now canonically watches Lazy Town to admire the coolness of Sporticus. Well, yeah, well, I don't know, because would Sporticus exist in Gabi's world? I guess, like, when she's off stage, when she's off the set, you bet that I'm feeding her all that content. I'm opening up YouTube Kids, and we're watching Lazy Town together every night. So, off when she's not on duty, yep, but... Because there's the canon of, like, her as a member of the team, of the staff, and then there's the canon her in the game. So, in that canon, yeah, hell yeah, she's watching it. But I guess in the game canon, she is the Sporticus. She has to become... She's on a journey to become what Sporticus has done for us, but for the feline world. And yeah, this chest deforming is not... Oh my god, yeah, I'm sorry, Gabi, I know this hurts, but we gotta do something about this. Something about her chest is not deforming very well. It needs help. Or, as Sporticus would say, someone's in trouble. And it's Gabi. Gabi's in trouble. When your chest bends like this, when your lungs compress like that, someone's in trouble. So we gotta go save her. I've been practicing my signature moves, if you couldn't tell. I could have sworn I had tweak bones to stop this from happening. But it looks like I can only rotate this one this way. I could have sworn... Oh, maybe it's these two bones. Sorry, I know this is a sensitive area for you, Gabi, but we gotta do something about it. This is it's bad. This is bad. This is bad, very bad. Maybe we gotta... I don't want to, because it needs to be bent a bit, but this deforming is not the thing it's doing to, like, here. It's like completely squashing her chest, and it's just not looking very good. It looks like a rigging glitch, and we can't. That violates. Oh wait, okay, I can move this bone. This bone is part of the culprit, so I have to move. It's not a rotation. I can't rotate these, but I can move them. Oh, it's the way I've weight painted this. I mean, I kind of get why it's doing it, but I've never tested it at this angle. I've never tested the weights at this angle before, so that's probably why it looks so strange. Yeah. Sorry, Gabi. I didn't make you well enough. Because yeah, it's like completely squashing that whole area, and it's not... I don't want that. I think the key maybe... Can I like bend these different? Oh no, those are all kind of one area. Oh, it's acting... The neck is acting very strange. Because Goku's... you know, I think maybe I have an idea. I might have an idea on how to mitigate this, because... Yeah, I just gotta be careful with this stuff, because... If something is breaking the mesh like this, you can get away with it sometimes, but I find just intuitively, it's like if you can pose it where it doesn't do that and it still looks good, then that's desirable. And it's like the upper, yeah, so if the issue is more this upper area here. So what I need to do is put less of the bend on the upper half and put more on of the bend in the middle, like this. See, now it can bend like that and it doesn't completely squash her chest, but now the entire leg is rotated. So yeah, so it is possible. I just gotta, let me just clean this up a little. So I need to bend it from this middle bone, but when I do that, it bends the legs as well. So I have to rotate these. to kind of line up. But I can't, you gotta be careful with this too. So I have to, because if I do it like that, then her body stretches. But if I do it this way, it's twisting. I don't know if you guys can notice that her body is twisting when I rotate it like this. So maybe I need to rotate it here. Yeah, that seems, we're going a little off the bone, but it's like, I guess that's kind of the best. See, this looks a lot better. Like we're still gonna tweak it a little, but it does look a lot better. Like the torso actually looks like she's bending from the correct point. It doesn't look like she's bending, because it was like bending here, and it should be bending from her stomach. So that's now, it's gonna look better, not just for the mesh deforming, but for the silhouette too. I can already see it. It just feels more weighty. But I just gotta make sure that the torso twist, because I did have a bit of twist in it, and I think it's gone. Yeah, like this is all rotated differently now. So this has to kind of come back like that. So let me just like move. Do I like where these are? Oh yeah, I'll move that back to where it was. Or no, this has to, yeah, now when I see the mesh on, this has to kind of move this way to stop the mesh deforming. Oh no, but then it does this to the neck. Ooh, that's a tough one. Maybe I'll just move it down to relax it. And then there's another bone in here. Yeah, I'll move it over that way. So yeah, these tweak bones are cumbersome sometimes, but they are handy. They help me get out of situations like this. I'm just gonna, yeah, because I've adjusted all of these, so I'm gonna undo some of my changes, and because we need to, especially with the lines on a shirt, we got to make sure that it stays clean, that it doesn't like glitch out when we do these. And this is like an extreme case, so not every pose is gonna need her to do. Yeah, but so the back. Yeah, we can see there's some issues here. I think that's more to do with the shoulder, though. And, yeah, that shoulder does feel a little like it's gonna pop out. And I think, yeah, this needs a bit more twist. Yeah, now that back looks straighter, you see? So I know it seems minor, but it's like, for every frame has to look hand-drawn, and if we have artifacts like that, it's gonna be, oh, this guy had a rigging problem. That's what's gonna happen, and we can't have that. She's even got all the colors right. Does she? Oh, I guess it is similar. There's actually a lot, you know what? Because I think, yeah, because you're saying that Sporticus has like a similar palette, and yeah, I guess it does. But you know what else? Like, I'm actually noticing a lot of things use this palette. Like, I got the idea of this from a photograph I had of a sunset. That's where I picked these colors from. I literally had the photograph of like a sunset with this pink and blue in it, and I color picked that to choose the tones. And I adjusted them a little bit just to kind of get the right tone and saturation. But that's where I got the idea. And then I noticed, like, just like the other week, yeah, it's like the costume for Sporticus is a similar blue. And like, there was some other thing that also was like very close. But yeah, like this blue, having characters that do like, that are fit and use the color blue, it's like, you know, like even Sonic is blue, right? So it's, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but blue seems to be like associated with speed, I guess. Like even Vegeta, like this is actually very similar to Vegeta's color palette, if you think about it. Like I just have him open on my other tab. Like he has yellow, but it's the blue and white is the same. It's the same shade. And there was more coincidences. I've actually been noticing a lot of weird little patterns like that with character design, because there was that anime I watched when I was sick, and the lead character's color palette was like the same as the main guy from Guilty Gear. So that was interesting. And I've just noticed that, yeah, I gotta rotate her, the hips. Yeah, hold on, let me fix that. I'll change the leg back to where it was. And yeah, and what else was I? Yeah, because like the main dudes from this anime I was watching and Guilty Gear, they both have like red, cream, charcoal. It's like the same color palette for both of them, and I was like, oh, this is crazy. So, but I guess if colors are good, like, there's like a limited range of colors that work, I guess. So you'll probably end up finding lots of characters that have like similar similar palettes or whatever, or what have you. Okay, now her entire head doesn't look right now because I've moved her torso. Sorry, Gabi, I know this hurts your neck, but I've moved everything around too. Yeah, now this now looks, this shoulder looks so bad. So let's rotate that down a bit. Yeah, we gotta make some adjustments now. Her neck, something about her neck is really bothering me. Aha. That doesn't look, nah, the pose doesn't look right now. So the, yeah, so it's like a mix of the way that the torso's twisted. It has to kind of be more, because I've bent it all very different now. So the arm's in the wrong pose. So I'm just gonna ignore the arms for the moment and just get the it's all in the torso. This pose is all in the torso. That's like the key axiom here. So I have to get the torso right. Goku's torso, yeah, there's a bit, I can bend this probably a little more. And then this, oh no, there's another bone I have to move. Maybe it's this one? Yeah, I've moved this one a little already. But there's something even further down. Is there another bone further down that I can manipulate? Maybe this one? No, these both move together, it looks like. But it, I don't know how to describe it, what I want. I guess that's okay. Let's see it from this angle. It can't look like it's just bending in half at the middle. It has to sort of arc. That's what I'm trying. So maybe actually it could be the placement of these bones, the tweaks. I might have to sort of move these to kind of create this arc shape. So this has to kind of, yeah, so this has to come back a little. Yeah, now it sort of curves like an arc. Yeah, I guess, wow, I really did mess up a lot of stuff by just having the torso wrong. Yeah, because now, the back and shoulders feel a little too hunched now, I can see, but they need to, So I think the shoulders I'll have to spread out a bit. And this bone, it has to bend back, but also not like, because from the angle that this pose is in the reference, it's really bent. It's kind of hard because I can't see it from any other angle, so it's quite a challenge. But that's how it looks like on the reference. And it even, I'm trying to get the alignment of the shoulders, it looks something like this. And that shoulder looks like it's meant to be pointing straight up. And I want to line up the arm with the leg like that. But that does look maybe more on the shoulder. It looks like her arm's gonna just break off there. So maybe we'll go a little further back. And then we'll straighten this a little. Like that. Yeah, it's a bit better now. But then this, it's just, because this area, I'm just looking at the pose. I know you guys can't see it, but because what I'm seeing is that the torso below the chest is like fully compressed and bent, but then the upper chest area is like fully expanded. Like it isn't hunched. It's like fully, like the shoulders are really spread out. But I haven't done that combination of spread out shoulders with a really compressed torso. It's like, it's actually a difficult, it's difficult because I've never actually tried doing it like this. So I'm trying to use every bone in my repertoire here to like get that to look right. So maybe the leg has to be pointing a little, because the torso kind of, yeah, I think that leg needs to start pointing a little differently. Like this. And then I have to rotate this a bit more so it's facing that way. You see, I don't know if you can tell, there's a bit of a difference now. The head I'm not happy with still, but if it's the power, the sense of power. A lot of what I'm seeing with this pose, every little decision about where the head is in the posture, it's to communicate power, force, velocity. And if you make the torso not compressed enough, if the legs aren't straight enough, if the shoulders are not right, it feels, the form is like weirder, and it feels like she's sort of limping in the air and not diving towards something and like aggressively like kicking something, you know? So, and a lot of, yeah, because with limited animation in particular, you have limited poses, so each pose counts. Each pose has to communicate very strongly what it's doing. So that's why I'm kind of really making sure that everything is sort of in the right spot. There's just something... Because I have to go a little off reference too. It's just the head. The head is like not into it, but from the angle of the reference, it's like, yeah, it's tough using only one image. So let's see what I can do. I know I can figure it out. It's just the neck looks like it's gonna just break off. Then that whole force, it doesn't feel congruent with the rest of the body. Maybe the neck has to be, yeah, the neck has to be leaning more this way. But no, does it? Can I do that? Because when you have the neck forward, can you spread the shoulders out? Because can you do both of those at the same time? Because when I think of hunching the entire back, I picture the shoulders also doing that. Like I'm trying to, can I do it? Can I like bend and then also, oh I can, it hurts a bit, but I can bend my spine and have my shoulders out. It's just not a combination I think to do, because I don't kick people in real life very often, so I don't think to do that. Maybe we can get away with it, because if the neck's too straight, it doesn't look like she's leaning into the kick enough. Like it'll break the momentum, the feeling of flow. So now, now the torso's starting to glitch out again. Yeah, I gotta be very careful now. Gotta be extremely careful. This, yeah, it's the neck. The neck kind of doesn't play very well with some of these bones. So it's like this one, yeah. So if I, gotta be careful. Hey, we can use the shoulder bone to help. That's pretty cool. So it feels, there's a poly, you can see there's like a vertice that's like starting to clip. So I don't know, maybe we can get away with that one. If I just move this the right way, maybe. That's a tough one. Can I use this? No. Well, anyway. But you can see that shadow that I was talking about earlier. It's like doing its, the vertex color is now doing its thing, which is cool. Oh, if I move this, okay, that kind of helps, actually. I'm just looking at this jagginess here. It helps a little, but it doesn't do a great job. Yeah, I hate doing this with the torso, like compressing it like this. I don't do this for a lot of the poses, so it's probably why I'm like having a tough time with it, because I haven't really tested the limits of this. It does look a little over... When I look at it around it in 3D, we can maybe relax, not too much though. Maybe it isn't a forward, maybe it's the side. No, I've already got that. Maybe if I bend this, because maybe maybe if I bend the entire back more like that, maybe that's what I want. Because then because if you bend the torso too much, it kind of breaks But you can bend it and then bend the legs and have that go into it, and you can have less of a curve on the spine, and it might play a bit nicer. That's what I'm seeing anyway. Because yeah, when I look at it from this angle now, it's like the torso, the head isn't quite there, but the torso is sort of now doing what Goku's torso does. But Goku's head and neck are very different. I don't know what he's doing. I can't see his neck. So it's hard to but the head, it looks like the head is just kind of like it's at an angle. It's at this weird angle where the top of his head is sort of like this, but it's like below, it's like down here. But I can't really do that with Gabi. It's gonna look strange. But maybe I can sort of move, because I can move her head. Because she has to look in a different direction than Goku. And her head would probably have to... Gotta think how would Gabi's head, how would she tilt her head? I'm gonna go off reference a bit. I think I liked it a bit better when it was like this. No, that looks like she's breaking it back. Let me revert it. Because this, it looks like her head's poking out too much. That's the thing I don't like. Because with this, it's like a... well, I don't know, maybe it does look weird from the angle I'm looking at it as well. But it's like the head elevation. It's like she's too upright. That's the vibe I'm getting anyway. It's like the head is too upright. Did I fix the mirror modifier? A little, but not really. It's not, I think it's kind of, that particular might even be beyond my power to fix because I didn't write the mirror modifier and I don't know how to modify it. But I did some troubleshooting on it, and yeah, it was like 8 years ago it was reported as a bug in like the GitHub or whatever, and like some dude just closed it because it's like, oh no, it's meant to do that. And I'm like, oh, come on now. No, this is just cope. So I was a bit disappointed. Some dude literally is like, yeah, there's this weird thing with the mirror modifier, it doesn't do the normals right. And they went, oh no, that's how it's meant to work. And it's like, no, seriously? So, yeah. So that's where we're at with that issue. 8 years ago, it still hasn't been fixed. So I have fixed it somehow though. I've done it before, I just do not remember how. I have no memory of how I fixed it the first time. Just getting this. I don't know if I'm bending it too much because I'm trying to kind of get it to match Goku's, but from the angle it's at, I don't know. Maybe I'm going a little. Maybe that middle needs to come out just a little bit, maybe. Because if you bend it too much, then there's something it does about the upper neck that doesn't look right. So I'm gonna like compress out the body just a little bit. Okay, that's a little nicer, I guess. It's just the head has to be kind of leaping forward, but if it does it too much, I don't like how... I don't know what it is, but when it does it too much, I just don't like how it looks. So I'm raising it up a little bit. Because yeah, this looks like she's broken her neck, so I don't want it that far back. Maybe if I move it all the way back, and like have her hilt sort of tilt down instead of having her neck lean forward. Maybe that's it. Maybe the neck has to be straight, but it's the torso that does that movement for it. And the head just sort of stays looking. Yeah, I like this more. Except where it glitches the chest. I don't like that. Must be a tweak bone problem. So if I reset this back, reset this, and this. Let me like reset all that. Okay, it is doing something weird there. See how, yeah, this, what is it doing? What is it doing? That is not, like her collarbones are now swollen. What has it done? Hello? Why is it swelling? Can you not? Oh, this looks, it's just, every time I touch it, it looks worse. I'm just gonna revert back. I'm gonna go back. Am I out of I'm like, why am I always out of undos? I don't get it. I remember I used to have more undos. I don't know what happened, but I find it's always happening. All right, well, can I get it back to how it was? Yeah, now it's even more glitchy. That's bad. I'm just gonna reset all of these tweak bones again and try one more time. So with this upper one, we cannot bend too much. This is what causes... Oh, but there's something else. No, there's something else happening. Her entire, like, something is modifying something about, even when I straighten her back out, something weird is happening. I don't know what it is. Oh, please tell me it's not these. No, there's something else going on there. Let me go back. Have I screwed this up now? I think so. Okay, her head's back. Let's, how far? Okay, I'm out of undos. Let's save. Like something weird. So there's something going on in her torso that I'm not doing. All the tweak bones are exactly where they're meant to be. Okay, so if I select all the bones, it's fine, but something in the upper chest is like acting up, and I don't know what it is. If I turn on the wireframe, I don't know if you guys can see, but there is something. Maybe it's these? Okay, there we go. That's fixed some of it. But her like, what is that called? Her collarbone is like clipping. I don't know what's controlling that. It shouldn't be doing that. Is that a neck doing that? The neck is like at its resting. I don't know why the head is acting so weird. Oh, it has this weird thing called, what is this? Okay, no, it's the shoulders that's doing it. Now I can see. So I'm gonna try doing this part of it again with everything just reset from the torso. And I was moving too much stuff around, and I gotta be extremely deliberate about where I choose to bend things. So this, it's these, and then this. I don't know if I should bend this bone. I think I have to do it from the blue version, the blue bone. Yep. So I don't move this. And then this needs a, because it has to then come up. So I'm going to try and get that. I'm going to use different bones to control this. Yeah, now I got that curve going. That's what I want. And it's doing, it's still kind of clipping in the middle there, but I can work with that. Yeah, I'm gonna redo like the torso, because it has to, the torso has to be right. All of the power, the posture, it's all in the torso. So now this is actually even more closely resembling the reference, even just by moving only those. And it looks, I know it looks crooked, but we gotta still do the arms and everything, but bear with me. Just want to make a few little adjustments here. because this sort of has to like point down, and then the actual shoulders themselves, we can't go too far. They have to stay in a certain range, or else the collarbone starts to look like it's poking out. But I can move the arms more. Yeah, so this, because it like goes completely vertically up, this arm. Now the neck still looks bad, but we'll get to that as we do. And it's all rotated wrong too. There's something about its angle. It's like pointing a little too down. Like it's twisting too down. Or is it? Maybe it's okay. I'll add a little bit of rotation to the end, just because. I'm just gonna make sure that it's pointing the right way. Because now, there's something about like the lower part of the body that's kind of off. Or this angle of, there's a bone in here that does this, hold on. Aha. Maybe if I leave that alone, and these, I see. Okay, yeah. So I won't touch the yellow bones, only the blue. So the blue is the tweaked bones, and they do rotate a little differently than the yellow. So yeah, it has to, the torso kind of has to, sort of like this. And this might come down a little. Because this line, okay, no, I've got that a bit wrong, actually. From... Like there should be a straight line from like the side of the waist to the leg. It should be complete. Because she does have a bit of curvature there, but it should look straight here. So we've got to rotate the hips slightly down to get that, which would make sense, I suppose. I think yeah, this knee. I'm actually starting to think maybe we got to rotate this a little. I did pick a hard pose. Okay, now, can I get bits of the head to like start looking not weird? Because she has to sort of be looking at where she's going, but she can't like fully expand her whole body to get a peek. Otherwise she's going to ruin her form. But she can't do this either because this looks strange. So I think maybe I just got to think if it's the neck that bends or is it the entire torso that bends to get her to be able to see over her body here. Because if I bend the neck like this, yeah, this looks... It doesn't look good. So I think the torso here will need more bend. But this... Now there's something wrong here too. This doesn't quite look correct. I think maybe it's the yellow, this yellow, but I only want to touch one of these yellow bones and it's this one. Because the neck has to follow, it has to stick out a bit, but it can't go too much. I think we're getting there now, yeah. I could increase the, oh, but do I have enough memory for that? Edit preferences, undo system memory. Oh, what's the highest we can go? 256. Is that too much? We'll go half. We'll go 128. That's more than 30. That's like a lot more than 36. So hopefully that won't destroy my system. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I don't know how much megabytes per step it needs, so I guess we'll just feel that out and see. Now, yeah, now the neck looks, it doesn't look, I don't know. I need to turn off the hair. I can't really see her. Yeah, we'll turn off the armor as well. It's very it's distracting. I just need to see like the underlying body without all the stuff over the top. There we go. Now I can just see her head and like the anatomy. So yeah, the neck looks so strange because the hair covers it up, but this doesn't look okie dokie at all. This is not, it's not good. It does not, no. So it has to like bend a bit. Kind of like this. I have to I'm just physically like moving it as well. So I'm breaking the rig a little bit to get it to like look right. It looks like Goku though. If I had to guess, his right shoulder comes forward more than what I have. So I don't know if I need to like change that a bit. Like it's more like this for Goku, which I think would actually, yeah, mine is bent too much. But I'm bending that with a different bone, so I gotta make sure I do that on the right one. It's this one. So this has to bend like that. Now the neck support is a bit better, and it's like she's reaching out with her other hand. Because if it's too much like that, it looks, yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. If we do too much the other way though, it doesn't look right either. So we gotta get like a middle. I reckon this sort of look. So now, yeah, you see how all that bend is now happening exactly where I've topologized more edge loops? That's good. It's a good sign. Just to make it look a bit curvier though, I'll move that tweak bone over so that there's more of a arc shape. So yeah, now I'm not just randomly picking whatever. I'm trying to do this deliberately now. It's a tough one. So I can't move this one too much or else the collarbones get stuck. Oh, okay, so if that does happen, I can move this forward. It's good to know. Which it does. Maybe we'll move it a little bit. The collarbones there do look like they're kind of poking out. So if I move that forward, it'll give me that. But now the other shoulder doesn't look like it's coming forward enough. Like this has to now rotate like here. Like up. This might need to come back a bit further. It does, I don't know, I feel like it needs a bit more lean, like the torso, like the neck and torso, it needs to kind of come up like that, and that has to kind of come more like this. But no, that looks, no, maybe not the neck bit. Let me cut that out. It needs more lean into, I gotta really lean into that pose. Maybe here, I use this one. Okay, I'm starting to get actually happy now. Yeah, because I'm looking at if I move the head out of the way, that sort of line going up to the shoulder. Goku has the same line, this line. I'm trying to get that, and I've got it now. Is there any others? Oh, because he has massive shoulders, so I think maybe this, we could maybe have that come down lower, maybe. But the arm still has to sort of stick out this way. So that has to sort of be... that's tough, because Gabi's proportions don't really match. But the general thing from that shoulder, I should be able to... Can I, like, just draw on this? I'll show you what I'm looking for. I'm doing this in my head, but I'll show you what I'm... Oh! Goku. I'll show you what I'm looking for in my head. I'm looking for, like... Oh, how do I don't use paint that often, so I don't know all the controls. Oh, I've lost you. Goku. Goku. I'll show you what I'm looking at. So that's his shoulder, and his hips are sort of at this angle. Shoulders are at that angle, so it's straight. It's parallel. Now Goku's shoulders are wider than his hips, so he gets the sort of triangular. Gabi's is not. Gabi's hips are the same width as her shoulders, so it's going to look a little different. It's actually the proportions on this are pretty crazy, actually. But you see the foot scaled up, just like we've done. But I'm trying to get, like, the key... The red was really not a good color. Red is not a good... Oh, I've lost it now. Let's do green. I'll do green. It's easier to... like a lime green. There we go. So I'm looking at... Because when you draw this... Because I'm picturing if I was drawing this... I don't know if anyone else, like, knows this rule. It's probably common. But when you draw something, you start with lines like this, usually. That's how I do it, anyway. If you actually, yeah, the actual proportions on this make no sense at all when I draw a skeleton over. Like this whole bone, what is it called? Because the knee's there, but the thigh is way too short. The forearm is like tiny. So that's funny, but, and that's besides the point. So I'm trying to get this sort of, I'm looking out for that. That's in my brain. And we can actually see those physically on the rig, these points. So I'm trying to see, like, where I can see her hip bone here is having some trouble. Just to make sure it's like, it's gonna be a little different because of Gabi's proportions, but something roughly similar is sort of what I'm aiming for. Okay, so you can actually see her physical, like those dots sort of in these points. So I'll highlight them for you. The circles. It's kind of in the same, it's a little, I think the hip angle is a little off. Like the parallel, I mean, actually no, if I put my hand over, okay, so the hips need to come down a little. Or, yeah, the hips are a little, like they need to come a little sideways more. Because the line here and here is parallel. But my one is more going that way. So it has to be parallel. And then the leg looks like it's going like straight down. Okay. Okay, I was actually pretty close. Pretty close. So this, I know exactly what bone to do that with. There's the blue bone in here somewhere. The blue... This U. So you have to come down a little lower to be parallel with the shoulders. So if I put my hand over it, actually, yeah, it's pretty good. A little higher, yeah, perfect. And then the leg, it has to be straight. And as for that other leg, yeah, that has to kind of somehow like come back up like this. But it goes like behind. Like the foot is behind the leg. But he's got these big pants on, so it's kind of hard to... actually... Maybe if I do this. Yeah, yeah, this part of the leg is just kind of killing me. Because it goes up and then down. So I gotta make sure I get a similar motion there. I think this is actually, yeah. When I look at it around 360 degrees, I just gotta like rotate the whole thing a little to kind of have the leg line up to face forward. But yeah, I think it's not gonna look the exact same, but it's sort of I'm happy with this now. It's just, because there's so many little bits you have to get right, and there's so many choices to make. So it's a lot. Human body's complicated. I picked a rather difficult pose, but let's turn on the rest of the body, the armor with everything. Yeah, that's cool. I just think, I don't know if the hand needs to come down a bit lower, like the arm here. Let me see where it comes down. Oh, actually, yeah, because it was coming down a bit lower before, but it's meant to kind of line up with the bottom of the knee, which mine does. I don't know, there's just something about it that looks a little stiff. I think it's from the back, I notice it. So maybe I have to take this and just sort of, yeah. Like that. So it's really going out. It needs to, yeah, just to pop it a bit more. Alright. I reckon that's probably all I can look at for the pose. We can do... Oh, and the head. I'm gonna make sure it stays rotated the right way. It has to face forward. So it's a bit different to Goku's. But now we can add some of the limited animation in. Now that the pose... I thought that'd just be a quick thing, but it turns out you can actually go very wrong with that pose. So anyway, now I can add my secondary motion. Yeah, like, oh, actually, I was doing that all on a different keyframe the whole time. So look how we can, let me undo that, because I'm going to break it. Let's key it all. We can see how different. It's so different. So I didn't, that was kind of lucky that I had that starting with. So that's what it was. That's what it was like. You can see it's not, and then that's what it is. See how different that is? You see how the hips just feel wrong here? I don't know if you guys, because I know I sound like a mad scientist dude right now. Okay, I sound crazy, but there is a difference. We can now physically see the difference, because I know most of you from like half an hour ago probably don't remember. But you see how different, see how more natural the torso looks to what I used to have before? Here it looks like a pool noodle being bent, but here it looks like she has like some muscles underneath that are bending the... Like, you see the difference? And you see how glitchy we look at the wireframe. You see how, like, everything is deforming weird? But if we do to the noob... Yeah. So that is a big difference. It's a big difference. Should test it in game? Well, we might have a bit of trouble with that today, because I changed the rig first thing on stream slightly. I made a modification, so you might not be able to... If we do try it in game, we might have to re-import everything, because the rig has now, the rig might read as a different rig. So I don't know if we'll get to do that today. We'll see. Chest angle, Goku. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on chat messages. I applied, this guy, Zero, says I applied for the Screen Australia funding and made a game in Roblox. Man. Okay. Australian government, guys. Well, good luck. Pose would be perfect promo art. Good point. It would. Yeah, actually, because I do need the pose. I do need will. I haven't drawn it, but in my head for like the Steam banner, there is like a pose I have in my head of like how it should be composed. Because the Steam banner is like, it's like, I don't know if you guys know what this picture is. I haven't gotten the funding yet. You probably should run, Zero. You shouldn't. Don't get involved with the government. Watch my video. I would not recommend doing that. Unless if it's a Roblox game, you don't care about the ownership of the IP, then go for it. But I don't think those are even eligible if it's a Roblox game. If it's the same thing I did, I would not expect to hear back, because I don't think that is eligible, a Roblox game. It has to be like an original. I don't think you can do a Roblox game, dude. Did you read unless they've changed it, I don't know, did you read any of the documents? You did? Okay, well, if that's what they want. If they want Roblox games. Oh, what are you asking me? Hold on. You just said that you're doing it. You didn't ask. Did you ask me a question? You just said you were applying for a Roblox game. What do you ask? What question do you have? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not on the board. I'm not gonna. You asking me to fund it? I can't. I'm not affiliated with Screen Australia, if that's what you're asking. I'd never want to be. Yeah, I don't know if they want. From what I read, this was like a year ago, so I don't know how accurate this info is. But from my memory, it has to be like an original IP. And I don't think Roblox counts, because isn't that like Fortnite, where it's like the IP is Fortnite or Roblox and you make like a mod? Isn't that sort of what it is? I don't know if that would count. So what is it you're asking me then? Yeah, you watched it. Yeah, but you just said that's why I'm asking, but you haven't asked me anything. But if you are going to ask me anything, I'm going to tell you to run right now. just don't do it. You can get that amount of money somewhere else for way less trouble. Take it from me, man. Hell, Roblox would probably have some kind of fund for that thing, wouldn't they? They got way more money than the federal government, so I would just see if Roblox has some kind of program. That'd probably be better. Yo, they're monitoring me now, guys. Yeah. Well, hey, look. I'm just telling you the truth, man. It's not defamatory if it's true. And I'm just giving you my advice. I don't know what you're asking me about it for, but I would avoid it. Unless you want to deal with what I dealt with, or you're ignorant enough to not care, then that's fine. But if you're like me, it's not for you. Where else? Oh, okay, well, do they have another Roblox funding? Like, just wait for the next one. Like, they probably do. I don't know anything about Roblox, so I'm probably not the guy to go to about Roblox. But if... I know that, like, there's mad money in Roblox. That's all I know about, is that people are throwing money at it. So... I know that they have, like, a revenue share thing. That might be... Maybe try that. But from what I know about Screen Australia's program... to my knowledge, unless they've changed the terms, I don't think a Roblox game is eligible, because I don't remember the exact one, but if you go find the documents, I'm sure there's something in there about, like, the property has to be like an original IP, and I don't think Roblox constitutes that, because it's I don't know, it depends on how they see it. As if they see it as an engine, as a tool, then maybe. But if they see it as Roblox and IP as a game, and it's like a mod for Roblox, then they might not. I don't know. It's next year. Well, yeah, I'd say just wait for that, dude. But yeah, I'm not really. I don't know. What do people? I know that Roblox isn't. I thought it was like a kids game or something. Are there any websites? Well, I just told, like, Roblox probably has something. I don't know, man. It's not my job to fund your game. Go research it. I'm not Google. You can't do what I did, though. Epic won't take Roblox games, so what I did is not going to work for you. I don't know. Do people do Kickstarters for Roblox? If that's a thing, and if you study those, that could be something. But, I don't know. I don't know anything about Roblox, so I don't know how you'd fund a Roblox project. But if it's anything like funding a regular project, I don't know. I don't really know what you're trying to... Like, you've done sort of stuff. I don't know what it is you're trying to do. Oh, you said you have applied for something. I don't know. Yeah. Mark, how do I pronounce that name? Mr. Mackendopler. That's a tongue twister, that one. As someone who wants to do something in the creative realm but has no talent to do so, keep up the work. Thank you. This might shock you, Mr. Mac, but you don't actually need talent at all. Just look at the AAAs out there. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's I wasn't born with talent. I just really loved drawing for some reason. You don't really get talent. It's just like a thing you develop. So if you really want to do it, you can develop talent in the creative realm. But thank you. That's how you do it. You keep up the amazing work. You've told me to do that, but you need to start doing that. If you keep up some amazing work, you will develop talent in the creative realm. That's how that works. Oh, got it. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a chat pause, I guess, at the moment. I'm just trying to think. I think the next thing I wanted to do here was, yeah, secondary motion. So I'll get a start on that as I read this next question. Can you tell us a bit why you did choose a female character and how the idea? I don't know. I came up with Gabi when I was like 10 or 11, and that's just sort of who she was. And what was the rest of the question? How did the idea? Well, yeah, then the idea of the game kind of came about at the same time, but it wasn't a great idea at the time yet. I had to kind of spend a while to develop it into like a kind of figure out what it was. I wouldn't even say. I'm trying to think of how to like word this. It's like, if you mean the idea for the character or the idea for the game, because if it's the idea for the character, then it's literally just. I like drew a sketch when I was 11 and that was it, like literally. And the idea for the game, that took a bit longer to kind of come into, I don't even know, I wouldn't even say it's still there really, because when you have the idea for something and then you start making it, the idea kind of goes out the window at that point because you realize that the idea sucks. So you have to essentially iterate the idea all the time to the point where it doesn't really become anything close to resembling the original idea. So I had the idea to do a game with her around the beginning of this project. That's what I was like, yeah, I should do that. But what that was kept changing. Like the idea of what the game was going to be, it was like, if you go watch all the videos of my channel, it was constantly changing. But yeah. But for the character, yeah, it was just literally, it just came out. And then over time, she didn't quite look exactly like she does now, but over time she kind of grew into her current appearance. She used to be a lot shorter and her hairstyle was awful and she had bad fashion, and over time that kind of changed gradually over like 10 years, and she turned into this. So yeah, that's basically it. Oh, Zero, I'm gonna give you some bad news, Zero. If you're 16, okay, that explains a lot. Don't give your hopes up on Screen Australia. I think you're much too young for that. I don't think legally you can even apply, because did you incorporate before applying for the grant? Because you have to be incorporated. They don't let just random people apply. You have to, well, actually, hold that thought. That's the rule, but there were some applicants that were in my round that weren't, I looked them up and they weren't registered. So maybe they don't check, probably. But I think, and can a 16-year-old incorporate? I actually don't know. I'm guessing you're Australian if you're applying for that grant. Minimum age to start a proprietary limited company. I don't think 16-year-olds can. Yeah, you have to be 18. Yeah, so you're out of luck there, buddy. Companies are governed by, well, yeah, you need to be at least 18. Oh, no, sorry. That's to be a director. Well, actually, that's kind of the same. Because when you incorporate a company, which you have to do for this grant, a proprietary limited company, you are de facto the director. And to be a director, you have to be 18. But this is what is this? Yeah. So I don't know what the deal is with sole traders, but that doesn't matter because for that grant, you have to be this. You can't be I was a sole trader and I had to incorporate to do that. It's kind of better anyway, long term, but it's expensive. So yeah, I'm sorry, man, but you're not gonna make it in the Screen Australia grant. You're too young. Oh, you applied through your brother's info. Well, don't tell me that. That's now public now. Don't tell people that. That's cheating. Oh, well, if he legally owns it, okay, well, if he owns it, well, if he's incorporated the company and everything, I mean, maybe you can get around it then. Oh, but I don't know, man. I wouldn't do it. I was 16 once. I don't know, man. I don't think it's a good idea to try and get involved. Just, even at my age, I wouldn't do it. But especially at 16. I had an experience with the government at 16 too. And, I don't think you want to go there. I know that the money's tempting, but I'm worried, man. Things can go extremely wrong, let me tell you. I don't think you even realize. At that age, I don't know if you realize how wrong things can go, what can happen. I guess you'll find out if it works, but if you're doing this through all your brother's thing, you know, maybe you've got a shot, but yeah, man, it's even just on principle, even though you've got it, if you successfully get around it, the age limit, there's something else about it. They don't set that age for an arbitrary reason. I think 18 is too young, even myself. Me personally, if I got to set the age, it'd be 23. I think 18 is even that's too young in my opinion, but that's the law, so whatever. I'm not in it, I can't argue. But what was I gonna say? Let me collect my thoughts, because this is serious. This is serious business. You're bringing serious business to my animation stream. But I don't, because I don't know your brother. I don't know you. I don't know what your standards are. I don't know what your prior experience. If you're 16, I don't imagine you'd have a lot. But you gotta be careful, man. But if you're applying, I just have a bad feeling if you apply through your brother's thing. The reason, I think part of the reason, if I had to guess why they make 18 the age limit, is because if it happens, you get selected, you have to then jump through a lot of hoops. The story doesn't end at, we've awarded you the money. It's not where the story ends. You have to, if this is the same fund I was doing, you have to first like read the whole thing. And if your brother, I don't know how old your brother is or whatever, and even you, if it's I don't think you should be relying on your brother to be able to carry it. I think that's what I'm trying to say. You should be good enough to not need that help. If you do need that help, then you gotta be careful, because these people, especially if they're family, you gotta be careful. Especially if they're family, you don't know if they actually have their interests in mind. And even if they do, how do you know that they're good enough to do it the way you want? And if you're 16, you probably don't even know how good you want to do it. Maybe you don't have all that figured out. I know I sure didn't. Let me start posing stuff, because this is huge. This is kind of it's kind of a heavy topic, man. I'm not gonna lie, this is something maybe you shouldn't talk to me about, because I don't know enough about you. But if you just want advice, I would say, like, you might want to try something lower risk, I think, just to start, because I don't think even me with a fully functioning neocortex, I couldn't even see every contingency of like what could happen. And knowing that stuff, the reason I think you need to know that, and why your average 16-year-old is not going to know that, is because when you're out in the world, you realize you get a taste, like when I was your age, what happened to me was I got a taste of what people can do if you're not careful. I got exploited, I got taken advantage of, and I learned that you cannot trust people. And I didn't know that before. When I was like your age, I thought everyone was like a good guy and everyone's just doing their best. But after I had a whole, this isn't the Screen Australia, this is way before that. I had a whole other, this is part of what informed my own experience with Screen Australia to like walk away because of my own prior experience with situations like that. And you have to kind of, if it's a project you really care about, you might not want to use that one to learn those things, if you know what I'm, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but I sometimes, you know, I'll wish that I started Feline when I was younger, but I'm glad I didn't, because the stuff I thought everything I did before this was a waste of time, but I see it wasn't, because all of that stuff I did that wasn't my dream game before this taught me a lot of stuff that has helped me to look out for danger like that. And by danger, I mean, you know, work like other people's motives, their agendas, their like contracts, legally binding agreements, all that stuff. Like, it's all very, even an 18-year-old, even though they're legally allowed, just from an experience standpoint, I will tell you that even an 18-year-old is too naive to successfully do that and not come out unscathed. So unless you want to, you might want that. That might be what you want. You want to go in and get burned and see how it is, because that's usually what'll happen. And if that's what you want, if you're willing, you're like, yeah, let's do it, and it might turn out catastrophic. But if you just want the experience for that, if that's what you want, then yeah, do it. But if you don't want that drama and you want this to go smooth, you have to level up a bit first, I think, before you go to a government fund. Even the government needs to level up too, in my opinion. But it's, yeah, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. I know it's very abstract. I know it sounds discouraging, but I'm trying to save you, okay? Because I've seen what can happen. I was 16. I know how I thought when I was 16. You probably think the same. I mean, hell, you've already got a Roblox. I wasn't even thinking about funding when I was 16, so you're probably even like at that level, right? You're thinking about it, which is good, but it's just not knowing anything about you apart from your age. I would be extremely careful. That's all I'm trying to say. Your brother's 25. Yeah, that's pretty young too. Even most 30-year-olds I know do not know how to handle this stuff. Like, I'm not trying to be discouraging and mean. I'm really trying to just make you aware of what I see. Have you looked up other applicants of this thing? Because I have. And if you look up the other kinds of people, like for Screen Australia anyway, I don't know about these other funds. If you can, try and find other funds. Because here's something, there's something about that video. There's something about the video that I think a lot of people missed, that you might have missed if you watch my Screen Australia video. The part of what I didn't like was that I came away with the opinion, and I gotta be careful with how I word this, but I came away with the opinion that the entire grant, if it's the same one you're doing, I had the perception, based on their respondents, based on their correspondence, that it was like a PR thing. Because the quality of everything I got I was very sort of, you know, I was like, oh, this is like not the quality I expect. And a lot of the actions, I didn't pay attention to what they said, because that's not how you judge someone. You judge them by what they do. And a lot of the judgment calls I made about what they were doing, like, you know, when I first got, I don't know if you remember this part of the video where before even signing the contract, they wanted to publicize everything and go, look at all these great games we funded. The minute that happened, I was like, these guys are in, this is just my opinion, my perception of it was, these guys are in it for the PR. Which is not an evil thing in of itself, but you need to have a better reason than just PR to support a game, I think. Like, it's a big commitment, and if you're just wanting it to look good, well, that's why you might miss things like spelling mistakes in the contract, and that's why you might, you know, some of the stuff that happened to me where they really didn't want me sharing it because it would make them look bad, and because they know. I think they do know. They know that the game they're playing. And that's a whole level of politics that a 25-year-old, your average 25-year-old, your average 16-year-old is just not gonna know unless you've done that, you've played that game before. And it's like politics stuff mainly, and you got to be extremely careful, because the other people I saw get it after me, because there was some dude I saw who got the grant I was gonna get. I don't remember how I found it. Might have been through like recommended or something. and I saw he has his own like YouTube channel. So not as big as my one, but he's got like a little devlog thing going on, and he was like the version of me that would have happened if I had gotten that. And I was terrified by what I saw. He was sort of like, it was like a celebration of, oh, we got it, guys. But he was like on the verge of tears. And this person, I don't remember his name, but he was like, I can tell it's his first thing because he kept saying in the video that it feels so validating to have the government support me. And that's dangerous. The reason I think that's dangerous is because it tells me you have no confidence and you're using other external sources to validate what you're doing. And if you're in that position, you are ripe to be exploited because you are so desperate that you will do anything. You'll do anything for like 20 grand because it's like, oh, they're giving me praise. Yes, sir, I'll do that. Or I'll sign this because you want to feel, because this video I guarantee was made before he signed, because the call that this dude got in his video was the same call I got. I got the exact same call because they don't email you, they phone you because they want to establish a personal rapport. And if you're not switched on to that, if you don't know the tactics, you could fall for it because it makes you like them more. It makes you want to cooperate. That's deliberate to build a personal connection with you so that you don't fight with them or challenge them on anything. I see it happen all the time. That's what I thought they were doing, and that's what I saw them do to this guy, where they called him and they said, good news, you've been funded, and then he films his reaction to it and he's like in tears and he's like, oh my god. And it's like, well, that's the reaction they want, because when you're like that, you're like, oh my goodness, they'll do anything at that point. Because you've validated them, you've made them feel special, and you give them a contract and they'll sign it. They won't question it because they want to feel included, part of the special club. And this guy, I think he was in his like early 30s. So this is not even an age thing, this is just an experience thing. I can tell it's his first game just from that alone. And that's why, for me, I've had some experience before this with government stuff, with games, with whatever, which is why probably a lot of the other applicants didn't understand what I was doing by like arguing with them, because it doesn't sound like the nice thing to do. But if you're gonna commit your IP to something, you know, that whole thing of being valid, like that doesn't work on me, that stuff. Like I am confident enough in what I'm doing to just not let that get into my head, and I just look at what's written on the page. And most people, even if whether you're 16, 18, 25, most just young people generally, unless you have something that you've done before, you're not going to know how to look out for that. Because when that happens to you the first time, you can't help but not feel that way. It's normal. I'm not trying to say it's like something you should be ashamed of, but that's just something you got to be aware of. That's something that no one talks about. It's not just about the contract. It's not just about the technicals or whatever the game is, but there's these games that, like human games, mind games, that you have to like you just got to be careful. That's what I'm trying to communicate here. I don't know if any of this is making any sense, but because these people, they deal with this stuff a lot. They deal with people. They deal with grant applicants all the time, and they know how these people feel. And if I was someone doing that, I would know how to take advantage of them. And I think it's naive to think they aren't doing it. So anyway, I know it's probably not what you wanted to hear, but if it's something you care about, like if it's a project you care about a lot, like I care about my project, which I don't know, maybe you don't, and then don't worry about it. Then you can get away with, like, you can go through that and it won't really affect you if it's not something you really care about. But if it's something that you really love and you have your heart and soul in it, and you don't just want money, but you want, you know, a long-term thing, then you got to be aware of this stuff, and you got to be safe. You got to know when people are trying to get in your head. And just from the ages, I'm not trying to be judgmental here, but like most 20, even 30-year-olds, they aren't aware. If it's their first thing, they don't realize what's going on. They're not paying attention to it. So yeah. So anyway, can I help? No, I can't help you. I have my own stuff to do, man. a lot of people want me to help them, and I just don't. You don't want my help, even me. I tell you now, you think you want my help, you don't, because even I'm not immune to any of this either. You know, I'm not max level yet. You want to find someone better than me. I think Sakumo. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. But yeah, sorry. I know I didn't mean to just pause the entire stream here just for that, but whenever I get someone in here that's doing something like that, I can't help but not just... I'm injecting my experience straight to you, man. That's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, just think that over. You don't have to come to an opinion straight away on everything I just said. Just let that sit. And just be aware that these programs is more to it than just money. There's other things going on that you might not know, and you got to decide if you want to play that game. I didn't want to play that game, and I'm assuming if you're asking me, I'm assuming you want to play it the same. You want to play the game the same way I'm playing the game, and if that's true, then I would be very careful about going anywhere near that stuff. I'm like, take it from me, like it's. But yeah, and the reason why, yeah, you need time to like fail at stuff. I think Screen Australia for that kind of thing, I don't know if that's a safe environment to be failing in. You need something a bit where you can have this happen to you and it won't destroy you. I don't know if you can get that, but if you can do like, and again, I don't know anything about what you've done. I don't know what your previous games are. I know nothing about you. But if you're like, you know, just if it's like the average 16-year-old, like I was, if you're like me, I think that is a bit, you might want to hold off a few years for that stuff. I'd say like no older, like, because even for men, I don't know if this is the same for women, but for men, your brain is, your prefrontal cortex doesn't finish developing until you're like 25. So, and I would say I agree with that. And it's like because the people that work at these offices are like 40. So they might not have the most experience in the field, but they have a lot of experience of dealing with people, and they know they have a playbook that you gotta start learning if you want to get into that territory. If you want to avoid that though, like I just stay away. But yeah, that's all I can tell you, man. I can't help everyone that asks me to. I just don't have time, and you shouldn't need my help anyway. You need to be able to navigate this on your own. And I think if I can, you will. Okay, like it's not, if you pay enough attention to what happens to you and you try things out. So I'm not saying don't do it, period. I'm just saying be careful, and if you want what I want, don't do it. But if you have different goals, you have good reasons for doing it, then sure, give it a shot, but just be receptive to like pay real close attention to everything that happens to you. And then you won't need my help. You'll probably know more than me. You just got to absorb what life gives you at that point. I didn't have anyone helping me. Like, I had like lawyers. I had my dad helping me out, but I didn't go to like random people and ask them, because you know, I think it's better if you can synthesize your own. You can grow your own help. You know what I mean? You'll have more specialized help, because one of the reasons I can't help you is I know nothing about your situation, because a lot of what I'm saying is going to mostly apply to me. So that's why I tend not to like giving advice, because it's like it really does depend on what you want, what you value, what you're doing, what your experience is, this and that and that. Like everything will depend. So all of what I said could have not applied to you at all, and I could be in the wrong. Only you know. So you have to. I can't help you then. You have to help yourself. I know that sounds harsh, but I really think that is the best advice anyone can give you. I really do believe. Anyway, sorry. This is a big topic. It's a big topic, my guy. So let's get back into the animation groove, shall we? I gotta get through. I was doing there's a bone missing in here that I'm meant to be. Yeah, so I'm trying to get the hair moving. casually drinking a 5-gallon jar. Well, yeah, you gotta stay hydrated, guys. Why are you bullying me for being hydrated? I bet you guys don't drink anything. Joke's on you. Sakamori says, sorry, am I pronouncing that right? Sakuramori says, women's brains finish developing at 24, men's at 26. That sounds about right. I have heard from some places that like women finish at 18, but I don't know. I think the brain needs more time than that because it isn't just developing; it's experience. That's why I know I didn't look, kid. You're a nice kid. I didn't mean to be. I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to like shut your dreams down. I'm just trying to tell you be careful because I was, like I keep saying, I was once 16, and when I was 16, when my brain wasn't fully developed, all the stuff I just said, I would have not known. I like literally, because I at that point in my life, I hadn't experienced anything like that. And I'm like, oh, well, it's all just about the game development, right? And it's like, oh no, it's not just that. But I learned through my own experience. I went the hard way. I had things happen. I got burned. I failed. And I think that, I think with the brain finished developing stuff, even if, because here's the thing I'm kind of skeptical of, is that I think maybe part of the reason the brain does finish developing at that age is because if you're a normal person, you will have had experiences filling up all that time that you process. But if you lock someone in a padded cell and they turn 26, would the brain still finish developing? I know this is a bit of an off-topic question, but I'm curious. If you lock someone up from the ages of like 15 to 25, would the brain finish developing? Because I want to say that the reason that I feel a little more developed than I did 10 years ago is because I want to say it's because, yeah, I just had that stuff happen. But if I didn't have that stuff happen, I think I'd still be just as naive, even though my brain is like more developed. I don't know, like that's a game theory I'm interested to explore at some point. Does it just develop as a result of having things happen, or will it just develop on its own in a vacuum? I'm curious. I don't know. I'm not a neurosurgeon, so I can't say. Oh, thanks, Zero. Look, I know that was... Look, part of the reason as well I don't like giving advice is because whenever I just talk to people, they always call me... I always get called mean and callous and uncaring, and that's... I know I can come off like that. I'm not trying to. It's just that I'm not a very emotional person. I'm very... I don't know, whatever the opposite is. I'm like Data from Star Trek, but with more sarcasm. So... But that's good to know. I'm glad that you find that helpful, because I know I've made grown women cry with stuff I've said. So it's like, yeah, I'm glad you took it well, man. I'm just, yeah. You asked me. That's what I have to say. Just you gotta watch out. Parting advice: if you want to get more tuned into what I'm looking at, you need to study other applicants. And just not study their games, just study them. Figure out what is making them tick, what they want, what bothers them, what they're insecure about, what they're confident in. Start paying attention to that stuff, because grants and funding is all very competitive. And if you can like figure out what makes you better than the others, everything from there will kind of unfold. So when I was looking at the other dudes that I just mentioned like 10 minutes ago, yeah, I saw a majority of them, because the other reason I think this whole PR argument is true, why I believe it's true, is because the government is now taking these people to panels all the time. Even though they told me directly that they don't do this for PR, they are now taking all their developers out and putting them at booths and events and stuff. So you make of that what you will. And I watched some of their talks because I was just curious. I was like, because I had an image in my head of what I would be like if I had accepted this, like what mind games I'd be playing. And I looked at these dudes and it's like, oh my goodness, this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. Where they parade them around these events, and you listen to them talk and you can just tell straight away. And I'm not trying to be mean. I can just tell when I listen to them speak that this is like their first thing, and that they don't have lots of there's something about what that means. I'm not trying to say that just being new is bad. It's just a naivety. There's a certain naivety just in the way that a lot of them talk with vocal fry, to give you an idea. And if you don't know what that is, it's like when you talk like this and your voice sounds very tired. Like, it's that kind of talking. And most of the people I meet that talk like that are not confident, and you can really exploit them. Like, you can give them enough compliments and they'll do anything. And this is the pattern I was noticing with the other people I saw at these panels. It's like, oh, I just love my game, and you know, that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, there's just something about it that rubs me the wrong way, because I think that there's like inner turmoil I can see behind their eyes, and it's like, I don't know. I know this sounds very personal, and it is in a sense, but if you learn to see that in people, it's like, it's valuable to be able to see that. And I didn't see that for a long time until like after my whole ordeal. I just got a notification. What was that? What was that about? I just had a big noise. What was that noise? Was that a donation? Or was that a follow? Or was that a raid? I think, is that a raid? Does anyone know? Oh no, it was Cytonic subscribing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Subscribed at tier 1 for 2 months. Well, dude, make sure you join the Discord. You'll get my supporters chat of what I've been cooking up in the background. Thanks for resubbing, man. You're a real champion. Dust Loop is great for looking up key. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I've been reading YouTube chat because there's this guy in my YouTube chat that's asking about funding. Oh, this is great. Great resource, man. Thanks for dropping it. But anyway, yeah, you gotta, whatever I was saying before. I guess it's just learning to read people. I think that's what it is. That's what I want to say it is. But I don't know. All of that might sound crazy, and maybe it is. But I'm glad I know how to see that stuff. And I worry when I see people like that talk with vocal fry, that are sort of, their posture is not quite, they look uncomfortable, they look embarrassed, they don't look very proud of what they're doing. And it's like deep down they know that it's not good, but they are afraid to admit it. And then they cover that up with, oh, it's imposter syndrome. Haha, I just feel imposter syndrome, guys. It's that kind of vibe. And I used to be like that. And I know what that does to people, just from what it did to me. And it's like, yeah, I personally, I trust people way more that have gotten over that can like resolve that inner conflict. And I know this sounds all very psychological and whatever, but I think it does at a fundamental level affect not just game dev, but just anything you do ever. When you work with people, you want people that are like not having that inner conflict. You want someone who's won that battle inside, and they are uninhibited. They're not constantly doubting themselves all the time, and they like have some degree of confidence and experience in what they're doing. And that's not what I saw in the people that they were doing at these events. I didn't see that, and it worries me. But hey, that's just a theory, a game theory. Thanks, Gus. Look, yeah, I don't expect most people to agree with any of this. This is, seeing as we were on that topic, because I wanted to say that to someone for a while, but I've just sort of kept it to myself mainly. But I wish I had known that early. I wish I knew that at 16. That just how that is. Like what, you know, learning, like looking at how to spot doubt and like imposter syndrome stuff in other people is helpful, because it for me, it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to avoid that person. That's what it does for me. And you kind of do want to avoid if you can, because there's just, I don't know, when you work with someone like that, at least when I was doing stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this hair pose. I've been finicking on this hair pose for too long. I'm sorry. But this topic is something I'm so interested in, and there's more to it that even I know that I'm still trying to work out. But I think there is something about someone who is like fully put together, and someone who isn't is like gonna hurt you. That's sort of the idea that I have, where it's like if you've got someone that you're relying on that has this inner, they have this inner turmoil that they haven't resolved, it's gonna come out of them in some way and affect something negatively. And it could be in little ways. It might not even be in a noticeable way, but it might just be, you know, being able to critique something and they completely fall to pieces because you've offended them. Like, it's like, it could be something as small as that, where it's like you tell them that, oh, I don't like this color choice, could you change this to like a green? And someone that maybe is suffering that much from it and hasn't resolved that inner turmoil is going to completely collapse, and it ruins their whole day. And that kind of affects everyone, because now you've made it into this whole thing. You have to like apologize, and you have to make sure they feel safe or whatever it is. And it's like, someone who is over that stuff is not gonna, if you tell them that you don't like that color choice, they're gonna not have a tantrum, and they're gonna be like, because they're gonna have enough self-confidence to not let it bother them. They're gonna be like, oh, this person's critiquing my color choice. Okay, let's listen. And then they might have a counter argument or whatever, but they don't get completely bulldozed. And I think you want someone that won't get bulldozed. You want to be around people that won't just get decimated when you are doing anything remotely difficult. And that's why I think for game development especially, it's important to have that put together and figured out, because there are lots of things like that that are gonna make you upset. Hell, even on this stream, getting the pose to be the right pose was upsetting. I was a bit annoyed. It's like, why can't I get her chest to be this way or whatever? And if I don't know, if I hadn't worked all that out, I'd like completely, I wouldn't be streaming, that's for sure. I'd be too self-conscious to do that. And it affects I think it does affect everything. So that's why, for me, I try to be extremely careful. If I pick up on that anywhere, it's like, okay, I gotta avoid that. Unless I'm in the mood to somehow help them, which that is, most people can't. I can't do that. I'm not the kind of guy that can help someone out of that, I don't think. I think I'm too harsh. You need someone that's like a psychologist to be able to do that, I think. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, that was a massive tangent, but this is like stuff that I was aware of after having gone through Screen Australia. I like woke up to that and went, oh, there's all these factors, invisible factors that are also at play. Because my theory, the reason why, to tie it all back to the topic, because I know we went a few places, but to tie it all back to the topic, the reason why I woke up to all that then is I came away with the feeling that they wanted me to be like that, or they were expecting me to be like that. That's the feeling I came away with personally. I'm not saying that that's what they were trying to do, but the email of we're watching you, we're monitoring you, and the no, it's you who have misunderstood it. That language, in my estimation, in my viewpoint, from my point of view, if I was using that language on someone, I would think that they're, you know, like that and could be taken advantage of. That's the language I would use on someone like that if I wanted to get something from them. And it's like, I kind of came up with the feeling that, oh, they're expecting like me to be like that. And if you look at the documents, it says targeted at emerging game developers. And what's the one thing emerging developers lack? Experience and confidence most of the time. So that didn't quite sit very well with me, understandably. So I got out, I left. And then, yeah, then I look at the people who ended up taking that opportunity instead, and I saw that in them too, and I was like, oh my goodness. So I think I could be right about it, but who knows? This is just my point of view here, so I don't take it with a grain of salt, but that's what I saw. That's what I came away with. Anyway, we'll get back to hair now. We'll get back to something light. Oh my god, Gabi's hair. Yes, queen. Look at that do. Isn't that so great? Oh, no, not like that. No. Look at that smear frame, though. See, I can do smear frames, guys. No problem. Anyway. Sorry, there's a bunch of chat messages I've missed. Well, yeah, funding, it does everything. Like, you gotta have funding for everything. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on the project, what it's exactly the specifics. But I don't know, look up like a game budget and you can, or if you want to really know what game funding like goes to, just look up like any Kickstarter project and they'll have like a breakdown of what the money is getting used for, and that'll probably answer your question. Goes to hiring yourself, hiring people, you know, paying for like to survive, marketing. And the other thing that was really weird with Screen Australia is that they only let you use like 10% of the budget for marketing. And if you've like done any research on like what big companies do or like anyone else, they always dedicate like 30% minimum to 50%. So I thought that was a bit strange, where it's like, why do they only want, like, why do I only get to use this amount for, I don't know. I thought there was, I didn't know, maybe there's some reason for it, but I didn't quite understand personally. I think I might have asked them. I don't know if they answered that question, but I might have asked them that question. But yeah. How's it going? It's going all right. We just got off a very heavy topic about Screen Australia and funding, because we had some young fellow here was asking me about it, just up in chat, and he seems to be wanting to get into that world, but it's a dark world. It's a very dark world. So I'm just trying to I was just sort of talking about some of my experience with it. But now we're doing hair. We're doing Gabi's hair. We need to do in-betweens. And I've just noticed that this is actually on this has to be on frame 1. Oops. Because we're gonna flicker this hair. I just don't know if this is like, I guess that's enough? Is that enough movement? No. Well, we'll come back to the hair strands, but we do need the ears. We need movement. More experienced you are at whatever you're doing, it's easier. Well, I think, yeah, that's exactly, I guess that's kind of it. And, I mean, that's the difficult thing. To get confidence, you can't just get it. There is to a degree, there is a point where you do just decide, yeah, like I'm not that bad. But there's also, there's a decision that you can make for free, but then to justify that decision, it costs you experience. Like you have to invest to be able to earn that of like, how am I? Because one thing that is again, more psychology stuff. I'm going to try and keep it not too heavy here. But it all starts when you decide, you tell yourself that you're like you're not bad. Like, you know what? I am good enough for this. It starts there, but that's not where it ends. You can decide that, but to live up to that, you have to, like, you know, you have to have stuff happen. You have to experience things. You have to absorb things from that and learn things. Because I think what might happen, maybe this is where like the cognitive dissonance imposter syndrome comes from, where it's someone that tells themselves that but doesn't really believe it. And I think maybe the thing that makes you really believe it is like your limbic brain, the reptile brain, because it's older than you, right? It's more developed than anything. It's like the oldest part of your brain. I feel like to a degree it knows. It knows. It's like, man, like, you're lying to me. You're lying to yourself, buddy. We know that you're not that good. Like, it's like that voice. And it knows. I don't think you can trick it. And I think when you try to trick it, when you try to lie to it and go, no, I'm good, that cognitive dissonance, I think that is what creates like the imposter syndrome, lack of confidence archetype that I see everywhere, where it's, you know, the vocal fry, the everything, the timidness. It comes from that internal battle that you haven't resolved of thinking you're good, but knowing that you're not. And it's that conflict of, well, am I really that good? Am I not? And I don't know, you know, when you meet these people, you can just see it in their eyes. You can see it in how they act, how they talk. You can tell that they haven't resolved that battle and they're working on it. And maybe some people, they might fight the fight and win or lose. And then there's some people, I think the worst thing is when people just avoid it. And they go, and that's sort of when the imposter syndrome just becomes being an imposter straight up, where they are just, they fully indulge in the deception and they lie to themselves and they lie to everyone else. That's like where these sort of guru type people, I think that's where they come from, because I've studied some gurus, some game dev gurus, some life gurus, those the Tony Robbins type people. I've studied them a little, and I can see in some of them, it's like they know what they're saying isn't true, but they have enough superficial charm to have most of you not notice, and they know that it's violating something true in them, but they're past the point of like caring anymore. And that's why those people feel off to me. Well, where this, like those dudes, they always have some course that they're trying to sell, and it's like, oh, they made $10 million in a month drop shipping, and they have enough like vibrato to pull it off without most people noticing. But if you really study them, you can see deep down that they know that they're not that good. They know, and they know there's a conflict. They know that they're lying to themselves. I don't know how to point it out, but you feel it when you see them talk. You just feel it straight up, and it's like, something's off. That's where you get that feeling of something's off about this guy. That's where that comes from, I think, is when you know that maybe you can't word it, but that's probably what's going on. You can pick up that there's a difference in like the energy they're giving off and the energy you're really picking up on underneath. Anyway, the interesting stuff. That's why I said like before, you gotta like study people. O2 says digging Gabi's new design. Thank you very much. I'm digging it a little myself, to be real. I'm not biased. I just think it is cool as well. But thanks. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there, Mac. Wanted to say thanks for turning me back to 3D anime style. I forgot how much I enjoy the uniqueness. Thanks. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm sort of discovering every day new things about it that are exciting me. It's pretty cool. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Anyway, so we could talk about human psychology all day. We got to get... Okay, so what do I want to do next with this pose? But man, oh my god. I've made a lot of observations like that. But sometimes I thought about putting them in a devlog, but I don't think it would really fit, because it's nothing to do with my game. It's just sort of like the meta game you play on top of game developer. You play that sort of meta game on top of fighting you. You know when they say that your worst enemy is yourself? It's like, I really think that's true. So when you're developing the game, you're not just developing the game, you gotta develop you and win that internal fight that's happening. And if you don't have that internal fight, then it's like, well, you're probably 50. You've probably already gotten over it. But I think if for most people that are like, in their 20s, it's like they're working that out. I think that's kind of the whole point of that sort of adolescent, early adult age, is to work that out. Okay, this doesn't look that good yet. So I'm trying to get this sort of limited motion back on track now. I'm trying to get this like limited motion with the ear. I'm just looking at the time. I'm trying to see if I don't know if I'll have time to do another on this stream, but we'll see how we go. I'd like to try if there's anything easy on my list. If I can get to it, I'd like to try, but we'll see. So, I think what I'll do, I just want to get the ear bones here and copy, because there's a certain thing I want to do with these. I've done these for one of the other animations before. Oh, and I want to mirror it over to this, because I do have bones for a left ear, even though Gabi doesn't have one. I have bones for them anyway, just for symmetry's sake. I'm just trying to make sure that these are actually symmetrical. Maybe I should have a podcast. No, that would take too much time. Although I was on a podcast last week. I don't know when the episode's coming out, but Link from the Red Tunic podcast invited me on. We didn't talk about psychology though, because that's boring. We talked about video games and music, because I like those things. And that was really fun. I enjoyed that. So if anyone here has a podcast, maybe invite me on and I can talk more about stuff. Because yeah, like I feel like a lot of this would not fit in a devlog at all. And running my own podcast, oh my god, I'm like way too busy. It's a lot of work, so I'm told. I don't know, maybe when the game's done, maybe one day. Oh, thanks, Toad. What about feline psychology? Well, look, man, I'm a little out of my depth there. I didn't study feline psychology. All I know is that they seem to really like yarn. So that's like you... Okay, here's how you deal with cats. If they're stressed at all, just give them something to play with. It's like a pillow or whatever. And that seems to like cure everything. Like their depression, gone. Anxiety, gone. Self-doubt, gone. You give them yarn, like they instantly just master themselves straight up. Actually, yeah, you know, when I think about it like that, maybe animals like that are blessed in a sense. Because you have to wonder, do they have the awareness to think these thoughts about themselves? Because I think a lot of this is very human-centric, a lot of this stuff. Do you think dogs experience self-doubt? Do cats experience self-doubt? Do they have the awareness? Do they experience that? I don't know. Maybe they don't, and they're just always present in the moment, which sounds pretty cool. So that's cat psychology, I suppose. They're just always, you know, they're just always present in the current vibe. They're locked in time in the present. Because I think a lot of it probably just comes from like thinking about the future and past, which I don't know if many people that aren't humans are gonna like think about that stuff. I don't know, but I haven't. I'm not a cat person, so I don't know. Playing cat's cradle or something. What? Okay, you're gonna have to look. Because I'm allergic to cats IRL, so I don't spend a lot of time around cats. So I don't know what cats really do. I know. I'm sorry. That's disappointing news. But I just don't know. I don't know what they do. I know that they like yarn or whatever, and like, yeah, and they're very like calm. I don't know. Maybe they're not. I don't know. I really don't. All I know is that I always get very sniffly and sneezy around them, so I avoid them. And they avoid me, so I guess that's mutually beneficial. Oh, I've done something. Oops, no, I've done something wrong there. Done something wrong there. The hair volume is weird. Okay, and I've accidentally deleted the keyframes for the ears, so let me go over that part again. It's just, yeah, I really hate animating the hair. Not gonna lie. I hate animating it, but it's gotta get done. So I'm trying to think of like a thing I can do where the hair kind of does this motion. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know, it's sort of like a wave. That's what I'm trying to do, but I'm just really hungry for some reason. But it's not dinner time yet, so I can't eat. But I don't know why I feel overwhelmingly hungry right now. It's distracting me. But I just want to have like the hair like kind of curl, like flick up. To look like she's sort of blowing in the breeze, you know what I'm saying? Like the hair's sort of air going through it. Because that's what would happen if you're in a mid-air kick. So these bones would come down and those would come up, but I don't. Ooh, that's like kind of. Let's get rid of all that interpolation, shall we? It does look a little strange though. look a little... looks a little strange. Do Gabi get carpal tunnel? What? Or is that only with eyeballs? Do eyeballs get carpal? Wait, hold on. Are we talking about the same? Let me look. Let me just make sure I know. Can you even get carpal? I thought carpal tunnel was in the wrist, wasn't it? Carpal tunnel syndrome is a common condition that causes numbness, tingling, and pain in the hand. So what do you mean her eyes? What are you saying? What? Do cats get it in their eyes? My uncle has the calmest cat ever. Doesn't scratch. That's pretty cool. Is Gabi a scratcher? Ooh. You'll have to ask her. I don't know. I don't see her a lot. I don't go near her, okay? I don't touch her. I stay in my corner, she stays in her corner and watches Lazy Town on my YouTube Kids subscription. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried petting her. You'll have to join the Twitch chat, rack up some points, and redeem the Gabi Trivia point reward on Twitch, which lets you ask Gabi stuff, so you can ask her. She's a scratcher. One thing I actually have been meaning to do is change the texture of her nails to be like a dark color, because I had this idea that if she is really half cat, I tried making the nails pointy, but the topology was difficult, so I just made them normal nails. But I was thinking, well, maybe if I made them dark to make them, you know, just a bit less human. That's an idea. Because it's all I have to do is just change 1 pixel, literally 1 pixel on the texture. I just have to change and recolor it and it'll do it. So that's a thought I've been having. But on the other hand, you don't want to go too over with detail on these, because the more detail you add, the more you have to redraw it all the time if you're ever drawing the character. But I don't know, there's like something about where I feel like every part of her body I look at should have something about it that's not fully human, and the hands look too human. And it's like, maybe if I change them to be black nails, but it isn't nail polish, it's like they're naturally, that's just the color they are type thing. You know what I don't know. That's because cats have very different nails than we do. But if we put cat nails on a human finger, it's gonna look strange. So I was thinking, like, you know, a compromise between where it's the same shape, maybe a little sharper, but like just a dark color. Maybe she could have smaller hands. Well, we've already kind of modeled everything to certain proportions, so I don't really want to change the size of anything if possible. Okay, some of this hair is stiff though. Why is some of this not moving? Aha! You! This strand of hair, you're not moving. You're meant to move. But yeah, to the, what's his name? To the guy. Forgot his name. It was just here. Zero. Good luck with the Roblox game though. I don't know where the funding will come from. I would not put your bets on Screen Australia just because it's the age stuff and the company stuff. They might be monitoring right now and find out that you're lying about your age, and you might not get it, so that might happen. But if you search far and wide enough, you'll find something, and it'll work itself out if you pay attention. But yeah, it's clipping. No clipping. It's because I've shortened the strand too much. That's probably why. Oh yeah, I've moved it down way too much. So I gotta move. Yeah, I think I figure out. Okay, so this, I need to narrow the hair. The width, it's too wide. We gotta narrow this to be more aerodynamic. You know, if we draw aerodynamic lines over this, we need the aerodynamics of not this. We need the aerodynamics of a crab, and this isn't it. So I gotta like narrow the hairline so that it's just going back and not outwards. That's why it's looking off, because I'm looking at it and it's like this, something about this that's not quite right, and that's what it is. Gotta narrow it. It's just really hard to see her head from certain angles with this pose. And I've got, let me turn off some of these. I have way too many controls. That's much better. Okay. Much better. A lot of clutter on screen now. This makes sense to me now. I can see what's going on. And I can see some of these bones have been moved too low. Or not. Let me walk that back a little. Yeah, it's just the sides here, like these little bits sticking out. We gotta like make sure that they aren't, like we gotta bring them in. Gotta bring them in, you know? Okay, we're getting... It's just I don't like that it's clipping through her headphones. I didn't anticipate that problem. Maybe we can... Oh, if I move it... If I just make sure I keep that bone at the side of her hair kind of in the right spot, then it won't clip. So let's hope that I can keep using that trick. But there's just this... It's like... this... I want to have this come back a little, but there's meant to be another bone in the middle of this that I'm not seeing. Maybe it's in the adjustments? There's meant to be another hair bone. Aha. Yeah, it's this bone. I just want to bring this forward a bit. And then this, likewise. We'll take these two and move them a little further back. But we have to have like, yeah, see how it's clipping the headphones? I don't want that, so we've got to move some of this a bit out. Yeah, rigging this, oh my god, rigging this was such a nightmare. So I'm glad that's over. It just means animating it is like the only nightmare we have to put up with left, I guess. So I'm just making sure all of these are keyed as I move them. I don't know, is that good enough? Is that enough movement? If Ninja saw this, would he say it's enough movement? No, there's something there's one strand that's like sitting too stiff. And these little bits at the top aren't moving, so that's why it looks a bit strange. And it's clipping on one frame. And the fringe isn't moving. And the whiskers too, I haven't done the whiskers. Well now we need, I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm not seeing enough movement. Yeah, we need more movement. After watching your Q&A, I gotta know, thoughts on Crisis City in Sonic 06? Oh man, I love that stage. I just don't like the first section. You hated it? Bruh. You're uncultured then, I'm sorry. But no, I loved everything except the snowboarding part. I always hate the stages that start off with some gimmick, but then after that's over, I'm like, hell yeah. Pretty good one. And the music is, oh, the music, I love the music for it. I remember after because I didn't know about that game before I bought it. That's why I didn't have like a bias, because a lot of people hated it straight up because they were expecting it to be like the next generation. I remember one of the ads, I went and watched one of the ads later after I played the game, and they had like the Hollywood, a new sense of speed, the next generation, and it's like Sonic, and it had like this epic trailer, and I could see why people were so let down if that's what they were sold by, but I wasn't exposed to any of it, so I had a clean, unfiltered, unbiased playthrough. I wasn't infected by the mainstream media's take, so I got to develop my own opinion of the game, and yeah, it's underappreciated in a lot of ways. And I was gonna say something about the level. I think, yeah, so the music, I remember I found the Flash website that used to host, like, because back in the day they used to make websites for every game. And it was like a Flash-powered website, and when you'd load the website, the Crisis City music would start playing automatically, like through an auto player. And I was like, oh, this is sick, like, because I didn't have like an iPod or anything back then, so I would literally just boot the webpage up and just have the music on. So it was cool. I miss when websites did that. But no, they don't do that now. Now we have like, Oh, there was some cool website I found this morning. I don't remember the URL, but it was this very Y2K looking website that looked sick. It was all done in like Flash or something. Star Wars or Harry Potter? Oh, you're asking difficult questions. I don't know, honestly. Like, it depends. I don't know. I don't really have a preference one or the other. I know it's a very boring, neutral answer. I'm sorry, but I don't know, man. I like them both for different reasons. It depends on, like, if it's all of one thing, all of Star Wars or all of Harry Potter, or like specific things of it. I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean by Star Wars and Harry Potter, because Star Wars is pretty big. I don't know any of the extended universe stuff. I just know the main George Lucas movies. I didn't care too much for the Disney stuff. And as for Harry Potter, I liked the movies, but I haven't seen them in a while. I didn't read the books for Harry Potter, though. I understand those are meant to be really good. And I've just noticed there's this weird problem here. This is on the wrong frame. And I should copy these keyframes as well. And then for Harry Potter, I'm trying to make, because didn't they make more Harry Potter movies at some point with like a different character? I didn't watch them, so I don't. I know that they had Harry Potter and then they had some spin-off. So I'm not really cultured enough in either of those to really make a thing, like have a preference. I can only really, I know it's such a boring, it sounds like a very Fence City answer, but I think there are things redeeming about both of them that I like equally, depending on my mood. One thing I like about Star Wars is sort of like the main, like, underlying plot and the world, like the costumes, the visual design, the production design, I guess is the proper name. And like the whole Jedi thing, like the whole Anakin's whole thing of trying to, he's like the best Jedi and he's being mentored through the council and they're like lying to him constantly and they're like constantly underplaying him. There's something about that, I don't know, even when I was like a kid, I just thought it was like interesting. I don't know, something about it. It made me want to be in like a Jedi organization and be Anakin and like rise to the top. And the robes, the traditions, the weapon, the light. I mean, how could you not like the lightsabers, right? The lightsabers are sick. But yeah, I haven't looked into it more deeply. There's probably more to it, but I haven't looked at it more deeply than that with Star Wars. And then for Harry Potter, I like, same with like the production design, I like it as well. It's a different aesthetic, but I also like it just as much. The whole like vibe of the school, like the architecture, the costumes, the technology, like the creative ways that they like approximate technology with magic. And I like the thing I like about it over Star Wars is that it's a more contemporary, relatable story to like someone of that demographic. Like I remember Harry Potter kind of shaping my own expectations of school, and it's kind of not what happened, but it's like what I wish school was like. So I kind of like that about it, that it gives you this, it's like a window into like what school could have been if you went to Hogwarts. Because it beats whatever the hell I went through. It was way cooler. So I like that about it, and I like sort of the how sort of their friendship between like Hermione, Ron, and Harry is sort of challenged near sort of the end of the series. Because Harry starts looking crazy, and he's like they have the one where he's like claiming Voldemort's back, and like no one believes him. But like I think Ron and Hermione do, and they're like constantly arguing with like the press to go, no, I saw it, he's there, and like, and what's the guy's name? The Ministry of Magic, and that Rita Skeeter is like constantly trying to like downplay it. I like that element of it, because it's like, oh man, poor Harry. And the whole thing with the Dementors and stuff. Like there's bits I like about both of these things. I don't really have a favorite one or the other. It depends on my mood. Some days I'm in the mood. You know, I'm like, yeah, I feel like in a Harry Potter mood. Some days I'm in a Star Wars mood. But most of the time, I'm in a Project Feline mood. So I would say that, I know this is a cheat answer, but I would say that's better than both. I'm not biased at all, by the way. I think it's just objectively better than both of those properties. No bias at all. That's just my honest. It's my honest opinion. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, what another? Oh, I think the Fantastic Beasts. I've heard. Yeah, I think that was the spin-off. Ray being uncultured, unaware. How odd. I know, it's so out of character. It's crazy. I don't think I'm that uncultured. I think I just have a very closed-off, reclusive culture. I have like my little culture, and it's very. I think it's very like. What's the word? It's very like. It's like having a phone not on Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying? It's got stuff in there. It's like having an iPod Touch without Wi-Fi turned on. It's got cool stuff in there, but it isn't connected to anything. So if Jay-Z releases a new song, my iPod is not going to have it. But if I stumble across something random, I don't know, that's a very weird analogy, but that's sort of that's how I see my brain. It's just an iPod that has not been connected to Wi-Fi for too long, and it just has a bunch of strange things from 20 years ago just floating around. Like, if I was so uncultured, okay, I would not know what Crisis City was. I'll tell you that. So maybe I'm not so uncultured after all. Is its own thing? Okay, I didn't know Fantastic Beasts was its own thing. I think I might have watched the first movie a while ago, but I know that they made more and I just forgot about, like, that they kept making them. I think I do remember the one thing I liked. It was a while ago, but the main character's costume was, oh, great colors. That's kind of all I remember from it. It was like this brown and blue coat with his hair, and like the color palette was so good. I was like, oh my god, if I had a coat, it needs to, like, we don't get very cold weather here, so I won't happen, but if it did, I'd need a blue coat like that, and I need to dye my hair like that blonde light brown color. It's just such a good combo. But yeah, that's probably not a good enough reason to like the movie though. You know what's... Yeah, it's these bits of the hair aren't moving. That's why this is also looking weird. These bones can move too, but they don't. And it's throwing me off. Sorry, I know I've spent a little while on this, but I'm going to try and just quickly make some adjustments. Because, yeah, it's the imperfections. You got to add in these manual imperfections. If something stays still, it looks weird when you're seeing it animated. Except sometimes. I know the rule kind of contradicts itself sometimes, but... It's like when secondary things like this are meant to move and one of them looks stiff, it looks bad. So I'll take these, I might X mirror some of this and just sort of shift it ever so slightly in between these keys. And this needs to be rotated because it's going to clip at this weird angle with the hair. Yeah, there we go. And I didn't move the fringe either, it's something else. So there's little bones in here that let me move it. So, oh, I've done that on the wrong frame. My bad. It's meant to go here. Oh, and let's turn on. No, I don't know interpolation. No thanks. I just want it, just constant, please. There we go. Now, yeah, you can see everything's kind of moving. So we might maybe move the headphones a little too, just to give it that extra thing, but this is kind of more what I want here, where everything's like moving slightly. Much better. Hopefully that's enough. Should be. So I'll take, because we have that headphone mode now, watch this. All I have to do, plop on a keyframe here, and then one at frame 4, and we'll just like shift it back a little bit to look like it's loose. And we'll, yeah, watch this. Oh, pretty cool. Except maybe it needs to move the opposite way. It does look a bit weird moving it that way. So I'll move it a few degrees this way. That's better. So it looks like the headphone is like loose. It isn't just fixed on the head. Or I don't know, maybe, I don't know, does it look better without it moving? I think it might actually. I think it, yeah, it maybe is a little too much there. But if we do need to move it at some point later, we can. Because I got to remember, limited animation is that if something doesn't need to move, it shouldn't move. So the hair needs to move because it's like secondary action, but the actual headphones, they aren't as loose. So maybe Like that tail we'd need to move, but the maybe the headphones shouldn't. They should stay still like the rest of the body. Speaking of the body, there's something I forgot to do. On this tweak layer, I have to make sure that her whiskers bend back. You might have noticed, oh, I totally forgot, because I did make some adjustments to the model so that her whiskers are also now, like, instead of being parallel, they spread out more. So like this shape instead of this shape. So I've modified them to be more like that, because that was bothering me. And I'll have the whiskers bend just a wee bit between these. So we'll bend them like this. There we go. Pretty cool. And then now I just need to do, I think the tail is it. So we're getting to the end, don't worry. This pose is almost done. So I need to whip out the old tailbone here. Hello, tailbone. I'm allergic to Gabi, that's terrible. Yeah, it is. That's why, you know, Gabi and I are close, like we've worked together for a while, but I can't be in the same room as her for very long. Oh, and I didn't see your other message there. What is my favorite film franchise? Ooh. I don't know. I do have one film that comes to mind, but I don't know if it was going to be a franchise, but it didn't end up being a franchise. And that would be my favorite if that counts, but I don't know if that counts. Film franchise. I don't know. I don't really like franchises, to be honest with you. Like, Harry Potter and Star Wars are cool, but none of them jump out to me as a favorite. Favorite film franchise. I would have to say artistically, like on an artistic merit standpoint, I'd probably have to go with Star Wars, but it isn't because I necessarily enjoy the movies all the time. It's more like I respect the work. Star Wars as a body of work is my favorite. Because it tells it isn't about the story that the film is telling. It's about the story about the guy who made the film is telling. The story of Lucas, to me, that inspired me a lot as a child. Left a big impact on me. So I would have to say that, I don't know if it counts as a favorite, but certainly most influential any media, maybe, like as a franchise has had on me was Star Wars. And not because it's Star Wars, but it's because it's the vision of a dude who wanted to tell like this story, and he was so committed that he like made 3 of them in the 70s, and then 20 years later made 3 more, because he was like, no, I have to tell the backstory too. And he wasn't just, I know a lot of people like don't like Lucas, and they say that he's, you know, the sequels are bad or whatever. And yeah, there's like some production quirks in it that are like funny, that don't look high quality, and that I don't really judge it on that merit though. I can look past that stuff and see what it was doing, and I like the idea, just the utter commitment to that vision of, because he didn't have to make the sequels. Sorry, the prequels. He didn't have to. He could have ended the story at Return of the Jedi, but he's like, no. I want this so bad. I have to tell the story of Anakin. I have to complete it. And he put so much extra work into the whole everything of that thing, like the whole world building of Coruscant and Naboo and all these planets. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to make it this intricate. And how the Dexter's diner, like that whole scene, like the amount of work that would have had to go into that one scene to design Dexter, to design the diner, to design the music, the robot waitress person, the furniture, for one scene in the entire trilogy. It's insane, but it all adds to the world, because it really does make you think it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, like it really does feel like a galaxy far, far away, and I could tell he cared about making it feel like that. But more than just that of the production design, he also had like a story that was really, because he based it on mythology. He knew what he was doing. He knew that if he told the story like that, it would do well, because it's like the human hero myth. But he didn't just copy Joseph Campbell's formula. Like, he used it, but he used it in a genuine way. And he was so committed that he even directed the last 3 movies himself, even though like he really wanted someone else to. But when he couldn't find someone to do it, because everyone was telling him it was a bad idea. Like Steven Spielberg said, I don't know, man. And he was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it myself. And he did it. And it sounds weird, but that's, to me, that's like, I respect that a lot. And I enjoyed, like, as a child, I enjoyed them a lot as movies. Because it isn't just, because I know people like to go after, like, oh, the writing and the dialogue and whatever, but to me, it captured my imagination. And to me, that's kind of like, that's kind of more important. I don't really care how well it's written, but if it captures my imagination, it takes me somewhere. And it's not doing it to, like, you know, insincerely. It's like sincerely, it itself thinks that this is a cool place to go, and it's got something to say. That to me is like cool. So I respect it a lot. It's probably the thing I respect the most. But in terms of things I enjoy watching the most, I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of film franchises anymore. But I did watch that one a lot growing up. So. Oh yeah, I forgot he did Indiana Jones. Yeah. Well, Indiana Jones is definitely not it for me. I totally forgot it was the thing until you just mentioned it. But yeah, the whole the vision of that guy, of Lucas, Mr. George, because I studied him a lot as well, and he was it wasn't, I think it was recently actually, because I used to study, like when I was like 15, I would like look him up all the time and whatever, but even recently I discovered some new things about him. He was, it was some interview he did, but I don't remember who it was on. It was some podcast thing. And it was an interview, and the dude was asking him about like his early career in Hollywood. And it was so interesting because he wasn't really in Hollywood. He never really was part of it. He was doing all of his stuff in the San Francisco Bay Area, not in Los Angeles. So he was a bit of an outsider, and he keeps saying that there was like an indie scene, but a lot of like what would happen, from what, if I'm remembering this right, he said a lot of what would happen was like you'd have like people do these one-off indie films, and then they get like picked to do, like they get like yoinked to do commercials for the rest of their career, and he didn't want to do that. Like he was like, yeah, I could be making more money doing like a commercial for Rover or whatever, but I don't want to because I want to make this movie. And I think because he had made like 2 movies before Star Wars, he had made THX, which is where the name THX, the comes from, like that's where that name comes from. And then he made American Graffiti, and I haven't seen either of those. I really should watch them because it'd be so fascinating to see his early work. But I think it was like one of those things where I think it was American Graffiti is like what launched him into being known, because it was I don't know what the scene was at the time, but from what I remember him saying, it was a very out there movie that no one else had really done, and it was like on an indie budget and stuff, and that was like something to behold. And then he went straight into like Star Wars, and everyone, it was like, oh, this is a stupid idea, like this is way too, like no one's like, because those kinds of movies, no one was watching sci-fi. Like they had Star Trek, but that was like a TV show, and that had been gone for like 10 years at that point. Like it was off the air for 10 years. And it's like, who else is making like for television or film, like that kind of thing? And there wasn't really much of it. I don't know what other movies were out. And this was like before I was born, so I don't know what the scene was. But for him to go counter to that and just be extremely uncompromising about the world in his head and make it happen, I just think it's cool. It's pretty based, if I do say. And he was also he was really smart, because he pulled a deal where he sold it to Fox, but he kept the merch rights, which was a genius move. So he isn't just a creative dude, an artsy artist guy. He's also like not a moron, and he's pretty clever with his. Because that's the thing. That's the kind of the weird dichotomy, is that if you want to be like a good creative guy, a lot of the time you have to also learn how to be a negotiator at the same time, and it's not easy. So seeing Lucas pull that move, because he had only made like 1 movie or 2 movies, like he wasn't like huge, he wasn't Hollywood, and for him to have the confidence to say, I'm gonna keep those merch rights, thanks, and for that to just work out, it's like, man, that's crazy. It's pretty cool. So anyway, yeah. So I don't know if that's probably not the answer you were looking for, but that's probably it isn't even the film I respect, it's like just the idea of it, and like the process of Star Wars, of how Star Wars exists, I respect. And then as movies, yeah, they're cool movies too. But the thing I respect more is like that whole element of it. Especially as I get older, the older I get, the more I'm like, oh my god, this is like, because the odds of that happening, you have to beat so many odds, and it's like, I can't believe he did it. The mad lad did it. Like, I think those people, that's like, because Lucas, he was very much into the mythology, hero's journey, but that's real life. Like, he did that in real life. He was the hero's. He went on his hero's journey to make Star Wars and won. So that's kind of another thing that's really cool, is that he believed in that story so much that he literally lived that story in his own way, not in space, but in the San Francisco Bay Area as an indie filmmaker. So that to me, there's something about that that's a very congruent, like, put together guy. Like, he believes so much in the fundamental, because the whole story, it's not about ships, it's not about space. A lot of people kind of misinterpret it. The Star Wars has really nothing. You could change the setting to be cowboys and it wouldn't make a difference. It's about that whole mythology. It's based on those themes. Like, that's why it's so culturally significant even today when people use references, like especially Gen X people, where it's like, use the Force, or don't, what's the saying? Do or do not, there's no try. Like, all of those sayings, those idioms that came from Star Wars, the reason why they caught on is because they're true. Like, he's articulating truths about life in that story. So like Luke going into the cave and finding his father in, it's like, if you really delve into that, like, if you really dissect that, like, it has a lot of mythology background. Like, that isn't an accident. He didn't just have a random idea that would be a cool plot point. Like, that's very considered. It's communicating something, and it's doing so in such an entertaining way that you don't even really notice it. You just think, oh, it's the part where he goes in the cave, but the reason you find that interesting and engaging is because there's something about it that relates to real life. So the fact that he had such a solid grasp on that and could execute it, which is also, like, very hard. Yeah, I just think, man, that is sick. That is really cool, man. I think that's probably why the Disney era stuff didn't do it, because whoever was writing those didn't get it. I think that I have doubts that whoever was there had the same passion for, like, mythology as Lucas, which is why they feel very different. Sorry, I'm really not happy with the tail pose. It looks a little stiff at some angles, and I'm just trying to, like, here it's like bending at this weird angle. I'm just trying to fix that. It's really bothering me. Just gotta figure out what's going on with that. It's just irritating. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yeah, it's just this bend is not good. Don't like it. It looks too, yeah, it looks, you guys can see it, right? It looks like the bone is snapping inside her tail. And I'm trying to, because bending her tail is a bit difficult, because it'll try to, like, coil itself on its own. And yeah, you get stuff like this happening sometimes. Like, here it goes down, and then it's just, maybe I can use this bone to help. Yeah, maybe I can use that helper bone. Maybe that kind of does it. That's okay. That's a bit better. But there's more. Part of it looks a little too stiff too. This needs to come up a bit higher, but this also needs to keep curling like this. And then on this side, this has to come a little lower. There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, like this. And then for, like, some of these middle bits, we can take some of these adjustment bones and just shift them a little bit. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. It is a good pose. Well, you said it. I didn't say it was a good fit. You said it was. So thanks. Yeah, I didn't really think about the tail, but I think because with the tail, the rule of the tail is that it's not a physics cloth. It's a limb, like a leg. So it can't flow behind her. It's gonna look weird. So it has to follow the leg. So I'm trying to get it to just follow what her legs are doing. And it usually works out when I do that. But I can see when I look at this from the top, it looks a little, yeah. this helper bone, we gotta move you a little. Oh, no, not that, well, not too much. There is something a little off about from this angle. It needs to kind of do more like this. It's a little better. And then, because from this side it's fine, it's just from the, because there's something, I don't know if you guys see it, but it looks like she's moving her tail. Like the entire tail is stiffly moving in the joint. Yeah, you can see it from the beginning here. This, I don't like that. It looks not right. It doesn't look like the tail is reacting to the environment. It looks like Gabi is moving her tail, and that's not how it's meant to look. So I might have to give that another shot because it's... I think I might know how to approach it though. It just looks... I mean, you guys see it, right? It look like, especially when I look at the camera from this way, it looks like she's moving her whole tail at once. You know what I mean? So it says Journey to the Underworld. Yeah, that's right. Journey to the Underworld. Luke journeyed to the Underworld. Anakin journeyed to the Underworld and didn't come out for a while. And George journeyed to the Underworld of the, what I imagine would be the complicated film politics of the San Francisco Bay Area, and came out the winner. So that's pretty cool. Lucas doing a fantasy Bugs Life. Oh, I haven't seen Bugs Life in a long time. He created a studio just to make a yeah, that's right, he did. He created, not only did he do that, but he like led the project to pioneer all this technology that we use now, like the CG, early CG, like all of that stuff he was like on the forefront on. But the thing I respect more is that he wasn't doing it just to do new technology, because that's the thing he also talks about, because if you watch enough of his interviews, you'll find he says you can't just have like good special effects, you need to have a reason to use them. You can't just chuck them in there. And that's why with Unreal and whatever, I'm tuning, either completely tuned out of like whatever Unreal 5 is up to or whatever. Because I have that same attitude, because Lucas, it worked for Lucas, and I think I agree with that attitude of, it's not just enough to have like the best special effects house, you have to have a purpose for it. You need an artist intent. It all comes down to artist intent. Every time, you have to have an artist intent. Otherwise you get like, I don't know, Ant-Man 3 or whatever Marvel are up to now. Because George, he didn't just make spaceships because it was cool. It's like it all links together. It makes it coheses together very well. Everything has a purpose, and it tells the underlying writing and themes are all there. Like if he just did that without that underlying theme, the movie would suck, and he wouldn't have had the opportunity to make the prequels at all, and no one would remember it. Because there are other movies around that time that had similar CG effects that no one remembers because they didn't get that bit right. Oh, hey, we've got a new chatter. Crease says, "Oh, I saw this game on YouTube. Is that correct?" Indeed, it is. You would have seen this game on YouTube. But you know where you need to see this game? Creased. Is that how I pronounce that? It looks like the word beast, but with a K. Crease. You know what you need? You know where you need to be, where you need to see this game? You need to see this game on Steam. Go to Steam, link down below. Wishlist, smash wishlist. That's right, that's how you know I'm a YouTuber, when I have that entire script prepared in advance. Smash wishlist now, and I gain trade offer, I gain wishlist, you gain nothing. A cool game at some point. You get an email at some point when I'm done with all this. That's the trade offer. Yeah. The more I look at the tail, yeah, I'm starting to see the problem. Circular motion. Well, we can't really do that. We've only got 2 frames to work with, and that isn't an accident either. I know that, because here's why. We'll break that down, because that's advice that sounds like good advice, and it is most of the time. But in this specific case, let me tell you why I'm not going to do that. So, limited animation. I keep using this word. It's not just about cutting the in-betweens out like I've done here. The limited animation that you're not seeing that isn't obvious is that I'm only using 2 keyframes. And that's a deliberate choice, because in anime, if you have a team of animators and you have to finish your episode by Friday, how many frames are you gonna draw for something like this? You're probably gonna draw 2 because it's the easiest. It's the bare minimum you can get away with and have it still look like it's moving. So if you go and look at anime, you'll notice that they do that all the time. Even in Dragon Ball FighterZ, they do that. I had a clip open. I'll show you. So just to tell you, just so you believe me, okay? I'm not making this up. I know this, okay? So you look at the character select screen, you look at this. They have a few more because it's a character select screen. But all they do is the whole body is not moving and they're only moving some of this stuff. Now, for things that aren't the character select screen, because I don't have the video of the gameplay, but in-game, when you look at these in-game, when they have a character moving and flying around, they will have 2 frames. Because, remember, limited. It isn't just limited keys, it's limited poses. If you could communicate the most with only 2 poses, that's what a traditional animator would do. And if we animate it the same way, then people will think that this is a traditionally animated character, because by all accounts it looks like it is, until you move the camera, and then that's when I want to blow people's mind. So we have a strict rule here where we can only use 2 keyframes, because if we use more, it'll start to look computer animated. It'll look like that's a lot of keyframes for a drawing. Maybe it's not a drawing, and your brain will know. It'll go, huh, that is a lot of keyframes for a drawing. Maybe it's not a drawing. And that's the mistake I made last time. That's why it doesn't look like a drawing. So this time we're strictly limited to 2. Which means we can't do a circular motion, but it means we have to do something else to communicate a similar idea. And I'm trying to do that here, but it's obviously, we got some things that aren't really working for us, are they? So maybe I'll repose it, because I've messed around a little too much with all of the bones probably at this point. So I'll give it another attempt. And then I'll have to get going soon. Less is more, indeed, correct. Is it going to be on PS5? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Getting on consoles is a process. I don't know enough about it, so I can't say. But I don't know. Who knows? Don't know at this point. So let me think carefully here about what I want. What do I want the tail to do? Because what I want is that I want it to have like a bend like this. And it sort of like does that, but the base, it doesn't look like it's doing it from the base of the tail. That's the trick. And I haven't really, it's because of this angle I'm doing it at, it looks a little more difficult. So I haven't quite done it this way. So I gotta be careful that I don't bend the wrong bones in the wrong point at the wrong axis. So I'm gonna try to do the best. Maybe I just move the one, like this one area, and that's it, maybe. Like if I just take only this bone and just move it. Because that looks like it's happening. I mean, it still jiggles, but at least it's... no, we could do better. It does have this same problem. Now, I don't know. It's. I've never done it at this angle, so it looks. Any flaw that I might have not noticed before is going to be more obvious here. But if I just bend this part down and then bend this back up, I mean, this is a bit better now. Actually, I don't know why it looks different, but it does. And then I just want to have it like on the side, have a bit of move. And I think this might have been where I went wrong before. Because I want her, like, I want the bend on both when you look at it from both angles to like change. Like that. Actually, this is okay. Actually, we might leave that. That might be it. Because it's going to be really fast. So maybe that's... I like this better. I don't know why I like this more, but I do. But I think this needs a bit more curved down. Just a little. Yeah, alright. Okay. And then I wanted to do something with the foot to really exaggerate, and the knee. So it's 2 bones left. Only those. So if I go to the thing, Nope. There's another bone. This one. Hello. So we'll scale this to 1.4. We'll have it scale like this to look like she's sort of really using that leg. And I guess the knee might... Would the knee scale? I think the knee would scale. Where is... Tweak, tweak, tweak. Leg tweak, where are you? I know you're in there. Come on, leg tweak. You're hiding. There we go. So one of these bones. We'll scale this bone to like 1.3. Oh, no. A little too much. Little too much there. Maybe 1.2. How's that? I like this. And then I just wanted the knee, not the foot, but just the knee on the other one. There should be a, yeah, so there should be a bone here that just, I don't know if I should, what frame to make it bigger on though. I think, but it needs to be like 1.2. Can I only, I wonder if I can get away with only scaling it on one axis, I wonder. Maybe I should, yeah, I should do them all. No, that does look up, no, okay, one axis only. Not the Z. Oh, nope. Maybe just the X. Yeah. And then it needs to like maybe compress, so maybe it's like 0.9 on the Z. Yeah, like this. So it looks a little imperfect. Looks a bit, yeah. So you see these added imperfections? So imagine this while she's moving. And we're gonna keep the rest of the body still deliberately here. Unless, I don't know. Because I don't want to go too much. I only want the bits that you want to pay attention to move. Because if this was Dragon Ball FighterZ, they would only move like this, the clothes and the hair. But I've added a bit of extra thing with the foot here and this knee. But I don't know if... Should the hands... Should I... I'm just trying to think with the torso. Should the torso move? I don't think so. Maybe that fist, to have it kind of like really tight, it should like kind of scale a little. That's the last... I think... I'm feeling like I should look at that. So I'll add a little. I don't want to go overboard because it's limited, but I think having a bit of that would look kind of cool. So I'll just go here. And we'll change the scale. Scale. Where are you, scale? Why is this menu? Where? Hello? Ah, there you are. So if I like, that fist is gonna scale up and down just a little bit. Maybe only by one axis it should scale. The Z and the X. That's better. Because I don't want it to physically, like, the fist to get bigger. I just want it to kind of look like she's really holding that fist. And with that limited movement, this is the result. What do we reckon, fellas? Emphasize the utility. Or just replacing positional vibration. Yeah, whatever he said. I don't know the wording, but what he said. Exactly. Squashing and stretching a bit, yeah, doing a bit. Yeah, I'm still. We must have gone for a while because we got a little derailed. We had a guy come in a bit earlier that was trying to apply for the Screen Australia fund, and we had to talk to him. So that probably took us a bit over time. But I don't know. I couldn't not say something. I had to say something. So hopefully he stays safe. He doesn't get himself involved in anything dangerous. But yeah, then we've been trying to do that in animating. So this is like the... I have a feeling about this, that this is like the... Like, the pose is really cool. It's way cooler than the dive pose we did. And just looking at it as a pose, I know for a fact that this will work somewhere. Even if it doesn't work where I think it will work, this will absolutely work for something. Because it just looks... I feel like I'm starting to get what makes the Arc System animations look the way they do. I feel like I'm starting to understand it and put it into practice now. just by looking at what I've tried to do with some of this. The hair is actually, I thought I would hate the hair more, but I don't. Except, oh no, it's just, there's just a bit of artifacting with the previewer. But yeah, so that's the hey-ya pose. Oh, you know what this, when I do the camera like this, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that scene of The Matrix where Trinity's like doing that kick and then the camera does like that. That's what it reminds me of. Pretty cool. Yeah, it is a bit hard to tell in Blender, but unfortunately, we don't have enough time today to take it to Unreal because I have modified this rig slightly at the beginning of the stream. And to put it to Unreal and implement it, I have to go and re-import all of the animation. I have to re-import the whole skeleton again because I've changed the skeleton. So the animations still work in Blender, it's just Unreal is like, what is this? This rig has one more bone on it. What is this? I feel like it's not going to know what to do. So I have to kind of, I feel like I have to go in and re-import everything, which will be a bit tedious. So I'll do that off stream because it's boring. And then I'll try it in Engine and I'll show you tomorrow how it ends up looking. But that'll, yeah, I guess we'll stop it at this one today. I thought I would get through more, but this was actually a bit of a difficult one. And we had some very difficult questions to go through. So interesting stream today, that's for sure. Yeah, I know. I want to see it in the game scene too, but it's going to take me like half an hour to like go through and re-import everyone manually. It's going to be a there's something, because the thing is, in my head I think that I might be able to just go and right-click re-import, but if the skeleton itself is changing, I have a bad feeling that it won't work. And every time I have that feeling, I'm always right. There is always something that happens. So, well, I'll sort that by tomorrow, and by tomorrow you'll see it. Because yeah, I do not want to fix more weird problems for today. So I'll do that before the next stream, and we'll see how we do. This is going to be for the dive attack? Yeah, that's right, from the combat devlog. Because yeah, I just have this idea. We tried doing like an actual dive, but it just looked rigid. Whereas this, the pose, there's something striking about its silhouette, I think, that is going to be more appealing. And I think her legs, she needs to be very leg heavy with her combat. Because the other one, she was diving with her arms first, and that actually, when I think about it, doesn't really make sense, because her arms are not protected, where her legs are. So she should be leading with her legs first, because she's got metal armor on, right? So it's like, yeah, you'd want to slam that into whatever you can, like just completely, like imagine getting hit by that versus her, like, you know, her dainty little arms, right? Like I definitely wouldn't want to take a kick from Gabi, that's for sure. So it just, I don't know, it seems like the right call. And looking at, I don't know, I have a feeling about this one. If not for the combat, it'll come in handy somewhere. I know it will come in handy somewhere. Oh, hi Iris. You caught alive indeed, right near the end too. Will she tilt angles? Oh, that's a good idea. It doesn't do that now, but that is a good idea. God damn, why do you guys keep coming up with more work? But that is a good idea, though. I should do that. I think I just need to rotate the mesh, probably. The safe way. If I try to rotate the entire character, it might break. So, it's a good suggestion, though. Just seeing if there's any other messages before I prepare to pack up. Yeah, only tends to animate the most important stuff. That's right, you got it. Dainty arms? Well, yeah, no, that was a bit mean. I'm sorry, Gabi. I mean, yeah, she's more muscular than me, so I can't really be talking now, can I? So yeah, I take that back, I'm sorry. But her legs, well, her arms are strong, but her legs are stronger. How's that? That's a better compliment, right? Gabi won't hate me anymore, right? Okay, let me just reset this to rest. And if I go back to, please let it not, okay, it's still there, good. So I did key it. I forget to do that sometimes, so I gotta watch out. Cool. So I'm just gonna like turn off all the extra layers and save it, and I'll call it a day. But I guess to close off, because for those that are still here from that interlude, the Screen Australia interlude, for anyone that wants to ask me similar questions, don't in the future, because I think there's something I want to say about that. When it's just with game dev advice, I know a lot of people come here to ask for advice, but I really think what you should do if you have the urge to do that with me, you should ask yourself that question first and see what you think. Because if you're like me, you'll probably be right. Whatever you feel is probably right. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Because yeah, it's probably a lot of questions here I would have missed. And then yeah, if you want to do any grant stuff like that other dude, be an adult. So like wait till your brain's developed and research the hell out of stuff, read contracts, all that. I'm sure that's common sense, but you know, you never know. But anyway, I think that's all saved. It is great. It's always morning for you. Yeah, I know I'm in a weird time zone here because my afternoon is sort of where everyone's asleep. I could stream at a time better for you guys, but then I'd be up till midnight, and I used to do that. And I developed a sleep disorder, and I don't want to do that again. I actually recently fixed it because a friend of mine, I have a friend, we went on a short holiday, and I have a friend that was like in the, what do they call them? Not scouts. It's like army, some army thing. Cadets, that's right. I have a friend who's in cadets, and he has like a very rigid sleep schedule, and he works as a tradesman, so he has to be up very early. And when I was staying with him, he would like go to bed at like 11 and wake up at 5 or something. So I tried to copy him because the place we were staying at had like this great oceanfront view, and we wanted to take photos of like the sunrise. So he made me get up at 5 in the morning, and that one decision fixed my sleep schedule and cured my sleep disorder. And I've maintained that habit since then. So as much as I'd love to stream at 9 p.m. my time, if I do that, I'm gonna destroy myself, unfortunately. So the only solution then is for me to move to Los Angeles, which, seeing how things are going there, maybe I don't want to do that either. But yeah, so we just have to keep up with this time, I guess, at the moment. It's the best that works for me. It's the best compromise I can make. But yeah, but I'm glad you guys still show up. I know it's not peak time, but I'm glad you guys still show up anyway. It's a miracle. Gaming lives in the west coast of the United States, and this time slot is nice. Oh, cool. Well, I think most people that watch me are on the west coast, so that's great. Oh no, I don't get up at 5. No. I did that once, but the going to bed bit, I maintained that. Sorry, I misspoke there. Because yeah, he has a because he reads a lot. So when we were like we stayed at some Airbnb somewhere with another few friends, and my other friends would, they'd be up to like 1, but this dude, he like after like I want to say like 10 p.m. he just kind of shuts off. He doesn't talk to anyone. He just reads his book for an hour and then goes to bed. And I'm like, you know what? That's actually a great idea. I'm gonna copy that. So and because we were sharing like an area. There was like 2 beds in the same room, so we were sharing, and I'm like, I'm gonna imitate his schedule because I feel a compelling need to do that. And yeah, it completely cured me. Now I don't have a delayed phase sleep disorder, and it's real. I think I totally missed this, but like a few weeks ago, someone asked me about it, and I didn't see the message until like after the stream. And someone asked if I was still doing it, if it worked out, and if I'd recommend it, and I would. Having sleep. Oh my god, I know everyone like doesn't take it seriously, and it's like, sleep? What's that? Like, I know everyone sort of, I was like that too, okay, but I'm serious, 100% dead serious. Sleep is actually not that cringe, okay? Sleep is pretty good. So I try to get 7 hours, 8 hours if I can, but I don't stay up till 4 anymore, and it's great. I just feel more energized. I can make decisions better. And it helps you can watch yourself better. And that's something that I kind of needed, because there are lots of times, if you do something like rigging, especially rigging or animating for a while, this thing will happen where it's like you get stuck on something, but you don't know that you're stuck on something. So you'll stay stuck until you finally go, I think I'm stuck on this. And when I didn't get enough sleep, that reflex was way slower, and it'd be like 2 hours before I realized I was stuck on something. But when I started taking sleep a bit more seriously, in like 30 minutes or less, I can like pick up on it straight away of like, I'm stuck on this, I need to do something else. And that seems like a tiny little thing, but you get way more done in a day when you can catch yourself on those. When you can watch yourself and go, aha, you're stuck on this, you should, like, come on, get off that now, take a break. And yeah, if you try to do that to yourself when you're tired, it's like a tired parent trying to wrangle their kid. It's just not gonna happen, okay? But if you have a well-rested parent, that's like they can exert control much better over anything, because they have the vitality and the restedness to take control. And I think it applies to yourself too. If you need to take control of yourself, I think it's the same idea. So that was helpful. Yeah, that's a good quote. Yeah, quote me on that. Sleep is not cringe. Exactly, 100%. So I have my cadet's friend to thank for curing me of that ailment. So no, I don't get up at 5, but I get up at a better time than I used to. And I go to sleep at a better time. It's really about going to sleep. It's not even about the time you wake up, it's the time you go to sleep, I reckon. Imitate military sleep. Yeah, I don't know what military sleep is, but I guess I'll find out maybe someday. Well, yeah, that's the thing too. Gaming Aussie just has a message here in Twitch. Because yeah, I'm the same. I hate walking away. Even right now, that's why I'm hesitating so much to get off stream, because I know that there's more that needs to happen. It's hard, I know. I have a tough time with the same thing, but when you sleep, well, yeah, and it's a self-fulfilling cycle, isn't it? Because then when you do that, because that's how I would stay up till 4, is that I would go, no, it's not done. And then 4 AM comes, and it's like, no, it's not done. And it's like, well, I'm kind of like hungry now, I should. And then usually when that happens, I just sleep for like a bit, and then I wake up way too late, and I feel worse. And the problem's still there. So it's like, it's a self-fulfilling cycle, but if when you are rested though, because sometimes you really do need to walk away. Sometimes that is the solution. And if I'm tired, I know for me anyway, if I'm tired, I don't walk. I'm way more stubborn when I'm tired, and I won't walk away. And it's like, you should, like, when I'm more rested, my brain, the part of my brain that's like my parent figure in my head, it's like rested enough to catch me out on that and go, you gotta, like, just, yeah, you gotta walk away now. You know. So that's helpful. Speaking of which, I will now walk away. My inner brain is now telling me to walk away, so I will go eat now. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow for more animation. I'm gonna try and get this working in Engine. See how we go. So stay tuned for that. And until then, enjoy your morning, evening, whatever in Los Angeles, because we're all in Los Angeles, of course. So enjoy your afternoon, and I'll see you tomorrow.